The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a Benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of on my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and Rolex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brother since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, acting like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When it down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. Pacino.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. How will I get out of the jungle? Everybody wanna stop me. 10 more steps up the mountain. Now everybody's looking for me. Spend my life in the desert.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Hello everybody, welcome into the grand final of the first ECL Cup here of season 51. Very much looking forward to getting into this. It's been a couple weeks of play now and it will all come down to this, the first spot on the line for these two teams here. I'm of course Scriv, joined by Neokai, and I think equally he is just as excited to get into this one as well.
Yes, sir. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. These are two sides who are actually recently in really good form within the Tier 2 space. Both be kind of climbing the ranks sort of in their own way through a variety of tournaments and kind of land positions as well. And both really starting to be quite a notable force to be reckoned with. So it's one of those where you kind of want both of them to be in for that position to have a Pro League spot with those finals towards the end of the year. This Cup one set up for a really nice position, right? We've got a lot of notable names in the server here from sides who are doing really well at the moment, and honestly, it's really difficult to call.
Yeah, I think there's an awful lot on the line for these two teams, and of course, I think we're very interested to see who is going to be taking this game, who is going to have that run of form. Both of them at the moment, as you highlight, doing well, but they're both on crazy win streaks at the moment, so who is going to break that? But let's have a little look at what they are playing off for. Of course, the prize pool here, which they will have bagged that 5,000 already, but up to 12,000, 7,000 more dollars, of course, on the line here for this game, as well as that spot in the regional finals, which is really all to play for, and I think a great position to be in. If you can win this first cup, you have a pretty solid chance at winning another one over the next few months. So things are really starting to pick up and heat up here now.
Absolutely. We're taking a look at the bracket as well to kind of see how we've got to this point. And, you know, for both of these sides, and as you can see, with these cups, there is a lot of teams that get involved. It is a real slog to get to this point as well. And, you know, even that this Mouse NXT side all the way to the upper bracket final, but unfortunately fell short to TDK. For Alliance, it was actually a little bit of a harder run as well. They had to come through the lowers, but for TDK, they've actually been kind of currently, as we've been talking about, a really good run of form, right? This is a side that with a lot of notable names are at this position where they have expectations of getting back into kind of tier 1 landscapes. And obviously, even making it to the final of Cup 1 here is already a really good step along that path. Flip side as well for Alliance, they've already started with the changes they've made this year, started to understand what's necessary for them to climb to the top end of tier 2 and kind of be considered a bit of a gatekeeper team.
Yeah, absolutely, and a project that's been going on for a while as well on the Alliance side. Interesting to look at and consider, really, because for a while it felt like they weren't doing much, maybe just playing like local lands in Sweden, playing for the love of the game, bit of a revival of the namesake as well, as Alliance, I believe, has been kind of a traditional Swedish org for a long time. And yeah, it does feel like maybe in recent memory they've not quite been as impressive. So yeah, I think there's a lot to really consider and go over with these two teams, and ultimately things are, I think, for me, going to deliver massively here, and really hard to split these two squads as well and figure out, you know, which team is going to be better. As you say, a lot of notable names within the tier 2 space, and some from that tier 1 space as well, who, you know, we're going to get into it, I'm sure. But Axile on the server here, he was once a top 5 player in the world, you know, an absolute machine. So it's kind of wild to see him here, but also exciting to see him here, and of course backed up by a number of names, Nafany, Zorti and Xanta on this TDK side of things.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on. I mean, Axel at one point was the best rifler in the world, number 4th ranked in the world. It was 2022, I'm right in saying, and he was obviously absolutely flying. And I actually caught this TDK side a couple of times recently in another tournament. Got a chance to interview Nafani after a win as well, and he had a kind of quite a nice conversation, really detailed answers. And he was talking about how all 5 of these players are actually still all under contracts from their previous sides, but they've been given the allowance to play together as a mix and just see where it goes. They're not going to be utilized in their previous sides. You know, we're talking teams like Bepboom and Amiga, Amcal, Incilio for across the board, and they've been given permission to play as a stack, and they are rapidly going up the VRS rankings. A win here in this tournament or a qualification to the cup would massively increase their chances. So super sick what they're doing, especially being August and doing it and kind of coming from an unranked position and climbing up to where they are. But they've still got a pretty tough task on the other side as well. We've got Alliance, who they themselves have been kind of making all the right steps. I mean, making all the right moves as well, especially the introduction of the youngster Malo9, one of the sort of hottest prospects in the scene right now, alongside a hell of a lot of talent too. Era, Twist have both got massive amounts of experience. Upe and Arvid as well are also these youngsters from the Swedish side Swedish scene who have been really making a name for themselves. So it's an exciting matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think since the summer, these guys have been really jumping up and looking fantastic. So turning a lot of heads into this year and like you say, adding a couple of players that ultimately have changed things up and slowly been building into something that's pretty effective. But maybe with some young talent, they're able to very much start having a really keen run here, and just a fantastic 2026 is certainly on the cards. Again, I think there's going to be a big conversation with these guys about where the maps end up. We do have the veto just about ready as well, so I think that there is a lot in here. Mirage may well make an appearance, we'll see. It actually does get banned away by Alliance. They don't want to chance it, despite the fact that they have played it a couple of times. They're maybe not the most permaban team, and then Anubis actually picked up by TDK. That does certainly leave me a little curious. It's not, towards the bottom end of the map pool by any means. The Inferno coming up next obviously makes sense for Alliance, and then Ancient as that decider.
Yeah, the thing is actually when you look at this veto process, I think especially when you're going against TDK, like they just have essentially it's like 6 maps that are all incredibly strong, right? Like kind of notice, but sure they don't have maybe as many reps as a lot of other sides within the tier 2 space, but basically there isn't any weakness on this kind of veto process. So the way we've kind of got things at the moment, this feels like a veto that is kind of destined to go 3 maps as well. Inferno being one in which Alliance do have a win rate higher, right? And that's one in which they've been looking pretty sharp on. 11 times played, 91% win rate, so 10 out of 11 being going their way. That's good. Ancient's the handshake in a sense where it naturally would lead to, because if you're Alliance, you just don't want to risk things on the likes of a Dust 2 or a Mirage as well. We've got some highlights for you from Era, who recently was looking sick, and he, again, these stats, if he can kind of bring this to the table alongside Male, who we expect big numbers from, that's when this side is going to be able to compete. So on the flip side as well, you got Zorta, who is a very handy AWPer in his own regard when he gets going. So the big thing here, this head-to-head between Era and Zorta is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. There really is an awful lot of potential. I mean, Era, as we're seeing here, I believe it was all the sort of no-scopes coming in as well. We've kind of highlighted this. He was just a bit of a monster. Yesterday, in fact, in the big game against Mouse NXT, who, as we pointed out a little bit in the bracket, had been firing through that upper side of things and just pipped to the post at the very final hurdle when they got knocked into the lower bracket against Alliance, so couldn't quite survive it. But yeah, a lot of players to watch on the Alliance team right now. We're talking about the run of form, we're talking about how solid they look. I think it's, sure, there's good form for TDK, but they just have a lot of players who have potentially come down a level recently, and therefore they are really looking clean and really just able to use that experience and that firepower. So we're going to see the clash, the sort of meeting of two teams, the slow build up from Alliance over the past couple of years versus TDK, who are also coming from, that non-ranked kind of place, but they're such an effective 5-man team that you would expect these guys to go far and maybe indeed compete for those higher VRS points and maybe the major and stuff is going to be in their conversation. So it's two sort of different journeys, but still two very, very effective teams and players, of course. The two to watch, I think definitely the names that everybody will recognize. Axile, as we mentioned, this once great rifler, bit of a fall from grace, unfortunately, but still pretty damn good in the tier 2. And Mayol 09, meanwhile, is this kind of, you know, really, really effective player that it was like 11 people in the top 20 had him as their hot prospect pick, you know, so something like that. He was really, really the guy that everyone was paying attention to. Maybe a bit of a cop-out answer, but it does seem like there is a reason for that. Yeah,
I mean, absolutely. You know, you look at Axel, I think most riflers seem to have improved in a sense with the change of the CS2. He was one of the very, very few who actually got worse, where it was generally AWPers who got worse. He just struggled with how CS2 was different in terms of the feel. And then on the flip side for Mayol, recently I did a kind of a bold prediction, my bold prediction kind of one to watch. I had Mayol at number 1 for me. And kind of the point that I brought up there was that for me, Mayol, he's actually getting a very similar level of treatment to kind of what Monacy got a few years ago. And it's actually in the same similar type of path where it's like this youngster gets extremely high elo on Facer, then becomes a known talent, then starts to play in a little bit of kind of like the slightly lower level of Counter-Strike, and is already getting a lot of praise and plaudits for what he's able to do. The big thing for me that I really worry about with Mayol is obviously he's currently contracted at Metasport. They have a bit of a track record of being a little dicey with nurturing their talent, let's say. And on the flip side, when he was at Metasport, he was actually playing anchor roles. The great thing in an alliance, he's now back into playing star roles, and the hope is that for his future that he continues to play star roles. That's where he does a lot of his best work. That's where he's a lot more prevalent in terms of his numbers, and that's where we expect big things out from him. So while he's under alliance, I think they're treating him in kind of the right way, where he's under the right kind of leadership in a sense, and he's put in the right positions to really shine. Hence why his rating is doing so well.
Yeah, could be a big factor. Could be a big factor. Still a very young player. Sometimes that means that you might have to go through the fundamentals, go through the sort of rite of passage of like playing these types of roles. Depends on the team, really. Depends on the leadership within said team and whatnot. So certainly a little curious that as he moves to a completely different environment, he does indeed look even better. And I think it really could be a big for sale sign for this guy. And I see them doing pretty well and just continuing to turn heads, hopefully indeed setting their sights on that Pro League spot in the not so distant future. But indeed, do we do predictions here now? Are you going to lean one way or the other, or is it a bit too dangerous?
It's a tough one to make predictions with, but I think actually just because I've caught them a lot recently and I've liked what I've seen, I might actually slightly lean TDK. I've actually been impressed with the level of Counter-Strike they've been putting up. I think they seem to have a really decent system around, and as much as he's got a lot of kind of negative limelight in a way, I think Nafny at this level calls a really good game and also can put up some really decent numbers in his own regard.
Yeah, totally fair enough. I think I would maybe lean that way as well, just because we do have a bit more experience in these bigger games on that side of the server. But we are into the action here, of course. Is the game ready to kick off? And, well, Zorte through the smoke with a nasty way to wake up Mayol. He will be out of this round, that's for sure. So no young gun impressiveness here.
Dualies of Axel. Anchoring towards A. But it looks like they're going to double back through water, back towards the B side. Could be a rough call, but we do have a 2-2 split right now with Zorta floating between the two sides. So he can quickly rotate back over towards B. Just how much they spot him. Look at the timing on this rotate away for TDK. This is rough. They're going back towards what is primarily an A lean here. The bomb will go down more or less free of charge.
Sansa's got the dualies. They have let this bomb go down. No kit, of course, so going to have to move in relatively quick. Zorte with a flash. That's about all you've got at this stage. Flash going to come in. Not really going to blind anyone. Allows you the space, but these Glocks surely will thrive at this kind of range, and that looks to be the case. Just Zorte remaining. They've not got anything done. The hold as well from Beanie Main in particular Upi looking good over there to just make sure that there was absolutely no flank coming in. So despite a wild shot to kick the round off, it all falls apart there.
I think as well for TDK, that is just a bit of a classic case of the default is the smart move to make there, but for them, their over-rotation to go back towards A off no information. My assumption is maybe they, in the prep, had seen that this is kind of like what Alliance like to do in a default, you know, that kind of thing, right? Like, this is a side that backs up against the wall. They maybe lean towards somewhat of an A here, but unfortunately, that over-rotation cost them. If they're playing a 2-2 split with that Zorta rotating, they're fine. A dive that comes through. Arvid will find himself caught by the pistol, and so will Upe, but thankfully, for the most part, it's not the end of the world.
A little costly, but not too much. We're now moving into the all-important, see if TDK can indeed put their best foot forwards here. As we've talked them up a fair bit, that the individuals, the brick wall of this CT side should be pretty hard to get through. Well, Alliance has yet to really be truly tested, it feels like. They're looking pretty damn good themselves, and I don't know, man. It's the pick of TDK here, but it feels like a map that Alliance are going to be pretty comfortable playing.
No, agreed.
I suppose you do have to, you know, play your own strengths and not read too much into the veto in the tier 2 and the online space. You know, it can be very just go with the flow. Sort of smoke stops them rushing in here, but it was all kind of a ploy to get some mid control by the looks of it.
Yeah, nice nade as well, just to soften up Nafany at the back of Cake. And that smoke, Sugar playing up close. Does have a bit of support as well. We'll get re-smoked just around a minute on the clock. Oh, Sugar, if he actually had pressed mouse one day, he might have got himself a kill. They're doubling up in towards E-Box. It's a bold move, but for now it could actually work quite nicely. 50 seconds on the clock. Alliance have got so much map control. They can go anywhere.
Yeah, looking good. They're going to try and go anywhere as well. Quick con swing. Xanta here turns away from the flash, and he's able to get all three. You see why it's such an important area to have control of. It looks like he may well have just done enough. Twist. 1 on 3, finds the first. 20 seconds, needs to recover this bomb. Nafany a little low, so certainly doable. They're not going to win out the fight. He comes close, not going to get it. And TDK bailed out by a hero, but they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, yeah. I think, you know, for them, it's an important round to prove that they can also play aggressive on this CT side, and they can kind of send their individuals into the gauntlet a little bit and come out on top. It really is nice work. It's not going to be the most damning thing for Alliance. As we can see, there is finances to work with, but it's still a bit of a janky buy. Got an AWP in play for Error. Already had a fantastic start to this game. We're expecting big things for him, and they're going to put the hero AK in the hands of Mail, which does make complete sense. Like this, they're going to send them out searching for information from B main. They probably spotted both there, and I like the idea about not sticking around to fight. Getting the information, fall away.
Ooh, a little hand spotted, but Mail not able to really do anything with it. Here's the one of 2 heroes of this round, if they can make it work. But for the time being, not quite as much prod and poke, not quite as much map control as they had in the previous round. Looks like they want to hit this B bomb site in the end. That's certainly going to be easier said than done. It's pretty well defended at the moment.
Error. Posted on the CT cross angle. Looks like it might be a bit of a smoke though, so that might nullify some plans to be heading in towards the site, but a drive-by Tech 9 by Arvid will get one. He scoops up a rifle. 35 seconds, and at this point they've kind of got to finish towards B. I wouldn't mind Nafany rotating over to support, which he will. Error's boosted above this smoke. Nafany's dead to rights though. And already now this becomes vulnerable, especially with that flash from Error. Twist will help with another supporting. They've cracked open the B site. That is an excellent re-execute coming through from Alliance.
As they've been praised for, the team play as of late has just taken a step up. And we really see a great example of it there. Keep it simple, but very, very effective, and just off of a very clever little way in, finding that first kill, causing some panic. And TDK being awoken, being brought into what Alliance are capable of. Pretty interesting at the moment as well, you know, as you see TDK really looking good, a sea of green for these guys at the moment. Same for Alliance in their win columns, but these guys have not played off against each other as yet in their recent runs of form, so pretty big game in that sense that they're finally able to meet. And we're at that time of year, aren't we? We're talking about it a little. What's going to be the team within Tier 2 that's able to just farm this year? It seems like every year there is that one name. Ill Will is maybe one that's coming to mind as well. They unfortunately had to forfeit their game, I believe, in the lower bracket.
They did. It was against Alliance,
Cup. Yeah, so that could have been a real spicy one, but we're robbed of that for now. But it's maybe between the three of them.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Certainly feels that way.
Also really depends as in terms of, like, what do you class in the Tier 2? Because, I mean, technically, like, Big are down here. Gamer Legion are technically down here. I mean, they're playing all of these tournaments of it. Kind of gets a bit of 2 for 1 there as they line up briefly. But no, I think you're right. I think for me, like, Ill Will are, like, my #1 in terms of, like, Tier 2 team that feel like they're on the right track. But I definitely think TDK and Alliance are up there as well. And especially TDK just because they're unorged. I mean, sorry, Ill Will, but the TDK roster are all benched on their respective organizations, but are playing together as a mix and still becoming really competitive within the upper echelons of Tier 2. Alliance, of the three, are the only actual orged side, which maybe paints how bleak the picture can seem a little bit within the Tier 2. You can be this successful and this strong, but not have an org.
Indeed. I mean, Dual Pony are a famous one from back in the day. They eventually got picked up, but it took a long time. So, certainly does happen once in a while. Maybe you drive a hard bargain. Maybe that's part of it as well. Or sometimes just having that autonomy, especially for like a group of players like TDK. You've got some guys in there who've made some money from the game of Counter-Strike.
Sure.
So it's like they can just sort of support themselves and yeah, have that freedom. When you're in an org, they might have expectations and whatnot that you just don't want right now. So, but it's certainly an interesting conversation as to like where the pickups are and why people struggle to find orgs from time to time. Funny attempt at the ninja defuse there.
Yeah.
Does not happen.
I think
Do you reckon he's done that in a game like prior? It felt like they were very ready for.
Yeah, it kind of felt like
walkout.
they knew what was going on. I will say, with TDK, I think their biggest issue is that it's just their buyouts, right? They're all in pretty big organizations who will have put them on pretty big contracts as well. But maybe get a little bit from the Tier 2 scene while they're still getting kind of, I guess, like contracted money by being benched. It's, you know, win-win, loose term. But see, flashback in. He wants to send Axe out into the fray. He'll drop a smoke as he falls back or miss shot, but it's Mail. Will open up the proceedings. In towards mid, lurking, finds Zorta.
Yeah, pretty nice pickup. So Alliance starting to fly a little here. Scoosh through the doors there, as Mail has a great amount of freedom to try and find a way into this round. He scared them off of middle, so actually going to gain a lot of control here. They're opting to move towards Con on just a really strange sort of timing. Very unexpected, super dry move. And Xanta does what he can, but he's also caught off. I think they were preparing for more of an A hit. Really well played there from Alliance to, again, just completely pull the wool over their eyes in terms of what they wanted to go for. And it will be a nigh on flawless round coming in. Mail finding 3.
He's given a lot of freedom as a player on this T side to lurk around and do well. You can see it there as well. For him, he's going to be so integral to what is going to be a lot of these T-side rounds coming forward for the likes of Alliance. Pause taken here by TDK. I mean, really, I'm not too surprised for them. They're in a bit of a troublesome spot, right? You know, it's been a slow start to their map pick, and the T-side for Alliance is pretty effortlessly getting a lot of these rounds. They just look wholeheartedly like the stronger side of the moment. It doesn't feel like TDK are really awake in the server just yet.
It is a worrying prospect. The Anubis CT side can be a harsh mistress, of course, so maybe there is going to be a change up, but they're going to need some rounds to work with, and it just feels like Alliance are, like you're alluding to, way warmer into the game at the moment. This is TDK's pick, man. Like, you really expect them to look better than this. And some of the rounds are getting very dominant now as well. Not a lot of contest in the past couple of rifles. Inferno up next, one that TDK play, but Alliance is through and through their favourite. Oh. So we need something out of this map. It'll be looking good on the quiet entry. It will be an A hit. I think it should be successful here as well, because it's actually not around. The bomb is lagging behind quite substantially. He's got to be careful here. But surely ends up A.
Well, it would be quite the upset if they can kind of make this round tick. I mean, it might be the kind of round that we need TDK to find. It's okay. Mail for one, but a deagle shot is nice at the very least. It's all consolations. I mean, bomb goes down, and that should be the round. That's already an expensive pickup, though. That was the AWP, right? Yeah, so Nafany's got that. You just hightail it and try and save. AWP AK saved into the next round. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Looks like they should be able to pretty easily. Maybe a chance for Zorte to find something else as well. So the round, in and of itself, not bad at all. It's just the fact that Alliance are already moving up to 6 here now, and I think there's great potential for them to go even further. Going to find out the AWP in play. Something that might actually have been difficult for them to get out into this upcoming rifle round, so I'll be very, very happy indeed with that. Have to find success here, have to close this gap before losing another round, hypothetically. Obviously, they would really not want to lose any more rounds from here, but I don't know. Alliance are looking really, really good.
Molly early to kind of play behind it here. I'm going to find the first. That's Sugar. He gets caught. He's struggling a lot, Sugar, as well. 1 and 8 for him. And, well, Axel's not that much better. He's 1 and 6. As you can see, none of the firepower's coming through for this TDK side. Alliance. They're such a force to be reckoned with right now, the Swedes. The opening double on this buy round is already great. A twist. He's lurked into a fantastic spot, and he's not going to get spotted either. He might slightly overcook it, because he's going to wrap all the way around, but he also realized that sooner rather than later, I mean, they're going to realize B is completely open. The two players on the B site who are anchoring there have rotated back towards mid where the initial fight was, and as the rotate comes through, Twist is going to get all this information. Nobody's home. And Ube's found a kill on towards Nafany, which might drag further rotations to A.
Getting picked apart at the moment. Might not even need to choose a bomb site. Just feels like everybody is winning their fights. Sorte will be spotted. He takes Upe, but where does he go? Where does he hide, right? There's a lot of time left on that bomb. They know where he's at. The full hunt is going to be on here. He's positioning himself a look towards B. And actually, the site is pretty unguarded. Doesn't have a kit available. I don't think he's going to be able to pull off anything unbelievable here, but I think I've completely lost track of him on the Alliance side. I think that's safe to say. So he will get to save at the very least. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, he had the scope.
Yeah.
He was kind of hiding in plain sight. Now just tuck. There's no need to peek. Don't peek. Don't go around the corner. You might lose your head. He's just about keeping that open play. It's, I mean... Again, it's one of these things where it's like, yes, it's nice to keep the open play, but we're already at the point where this feels like it is getting to the point of no return already. Another pause called, absolutely the right thing to be doing for TDK, but they're in a stark deficit. There's 6 rounds in the hole. Alliance have guaranteed a lead already on the T side. Now, granted, it is Anubis, which is kind of one of those, the only map where you can make the excuse that they should be leading on the T side, but even still, as we've seen how these rounds are played out, there is not much competition right now.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I mean, the timeout coming in here, this is absolutely the last bastion of hope for your CT side. Try and get up to 4, if not 5, but at least 4, we'd probably say. And there's real potential for this to be a very, very one-sided affair, which is a shame. We wanted the competition. Seems like Alliance are bringing it, but TDK, the going line is that they are yet to wake up into this game. Somewhat of a shame.
Yeah, on paper, this felt like a series that was going to have sort of a lot of legs behind it in terms of being quite back and forth. But right now, there is no contest. Error again will find yet another Axel, 1 and 7 for him. You know, brought it up in the previous round. Him and Sugar are really struggling to get off the board. And well, it continues for Axel, who is incredibly prevalent. And Error, who on that little boost up through the doors will find Nafany. We highlighted him coming in towards this game. Obviously, in the previous matchup, was absolutely flying against Miles NXT. And oh, look at it here.
Oh, Zorte dipping back here. Will get caught. He had the right idea initially. And then looked away from A-Main, was maybe their last chance, but not going to happen now. It'll be a save from the remaining 2, and this is really not good. You take a timeout. You're 6, now 7 rounds down. And ultimately, nothing is working. So it really is rough. And sometimes you hope it's very rarely, and you hope it doesn't come in an important grand final. Sometimes that is just the way a game can pan out. Yeah. Everything you're doing is going wrong.
Okay, so on the exit, Sugar will get a consolation kill for him. 8 rounds, though. Man alive. 8 rounds T-side already. I mean, this could be an easy double digits in this first half.
Save not going to happen. Shots are nice, but the save is not going to happen. This is not ideal. Really not good. 8 rounds now to the good for Alliance, and it looks like it is set to go a little further. Loss bonus is stacked up. They should be able to cobble together a bye here. And honestly, it's not that bad, but buys are not the problem. Start to pull all these classic lines of thinking in a game like this, and ultimately TDK are just not playing well enough. We'll see. There's still that tiny bit of space for them to work with, and maybe a fire lit under them now could make the difference.
I mean, realistically, they need 4 rounds, I think, to make anything of this. Nice trade from Twist. The idea is naughty as well from Nafany. If you got 2 from that, that would have been a brilliant move. The 1-for-1, it's nice in theory, but it does leave a gap to work with. Oh my god, Error. It's very close to catching just the top of the head there. On the angle. Nothing to be found, but again, I think for me, for TDK, like 4 rounds feels like a real minimum that they need.
100%. Gonna have to convert from here. They've put their eggs into the A basket. And it's going to be a B hit. This is what I was talking about. Feels like everything is going wrong. They need to make a move off of A. And hopefully try and rotate in. Xanta going to have to survive. He was the hero that gave them their only round thus far. Can he do it again? One is probably not going to be enough. These rotations are very, very slow. Not looking good at all. Bomb going to go down here. Axel does find Upe in that connector area. Oh, here we go. So into a 1 versus 3 all of a sudden. As the shots are not landing from the T side. Hera's got good info. Finds one. Here's a second and knows about the third. Looking to try and take these fights, isolate the jewels. They are somewhat letting him. Gonna get another. It's on to Axel here, and he's lost track. Hera with the 1 versus 3, not putting a foot wrong.
Wow, I mean, just so confident in his own ability. So sure of himself in isolating those duels. It really sums up this game, I think, a lot, right? For Alliance, everything that can go right is, and for TDK on the flip side, everything that can go wrong is. This is a side that the synergy and cohesion is really not there. They're not playing together as a roster, and you can see the real kind of gulf between these two sides in terms of how well they play off each other, and that's a prime example. Alliance, their trades, I mean, even right at the start, right? Nafri finds that first kill, Twist is immediate on the trade. We're there right at the tail end. On the flip side, in a 1v3, it's easy. Brilliant work. 9 rounds now. I mean, I already feel like this map's all but done. Alliance are making light work of this TDK roster, and it gets even better. Upe for the first. He's tucked as well, and he will get support, and the trade's there. Perfect stuff. Keeping the numbers in favor of Alliance.
Twist and gang moving through mid here. Zorte hears them coming, trying to get in a good spot, but he will be caught out.
What a swing.
They just stay crisp. But again, Zorte not in position to really deal with that. Really difficult angle for him to get more than one from, which obviously they needed. So I don't really know what to make of it. TDK just looking kind of deer in headlights a lot of these rounds. So caught off, which again continues to be disappointing here now. It's going to be 10 for Alliance, and I think we now start to look at map number 2 pretty swiftly.
Yeah, I think my attention's already all but drawn to map number 2. I mean, double digits first half, there's no return from this. TDK have some heavy hitters, and they have a pretty decent roster on paper for sure, but there's just no chance here. They look so checked out, and I think as well, yes, we've seen them at times have some okay rounds where they're slowly kind of waking up a little bit, but it's too little too late for me. Like, this is a side that are non-existent at the moment. Just real credit to what Alliance are bringing to the table. You know, we spoke about gatekeeper teams at the top of tier 2. I mean, performance like this is exactly how you shore up that. Twist that tail end looking for a little hunt, but he won't get close enough. 10-1 at the tail end of this half. I mean, it's a ridiculously good showing from Alliance. And where have TDK gone? I know there might be quite a few of you potentially at home watching who this might be your first introduction to TDK. As someone who's casted them a couple of times in the last few days, like, this is not normally how they play. They're normally really quite sharp, but they look really checked out at the moment.
Yeah, it is very, very confusing, I think, to say the least. We mentioned it in the veto, and we're seeing it unfold here, though. The Anubis pick maybe felt slightly risky. Maybe you have that as your decider. Difficult against Alliance to know which way to go. But certainly it seems Anubis trying to play to their own strengths. Not quite working out, rather than trying to punish their opponents. Not quite working here. Some B main aggression comes through. Nobody on the other side of it. And TDK still trying their absolute damnedest to pick up a round.
Harvard. Waiting there to that smoke, see if anyone sneaks out. Maybe there's a chance here of netting the first. Xanta, who's jiggling but with Util in hand. "45 seconds. The smoke's come down, but they actually potentially could be a little premature." Flash. It's great, actually, to be fair. Mail at the right digs. He's supposed to shoulder just before the proper peek comes through, but unfortunately couldn't line it up. And Upe, bit of a lazy clearance there, and that double stacking towards A main. Feels like TDK might have figured it out a little bit, but you know, last round of the half, it's too late.
Yeah, very, very true. Sugar to find another here on the bait in. It will be around for TDK. But as said, how much does that really matter? 10-2, not going to be a scoreline that anybody, even TDK, are impressed with. It is going to take a hell of a T-side here, I feel, for them to really turn things around. Very, very, very difficult to watch at times from TDK. But really solid from Alliance. We'll see if they can continue it in a few.
Welcome back in. A incredibly one-sided affair coming through. Alliance just looked so unbelievably sharp in that first half. And granted, this is generally seen as a bit more of a T-sided map, but that was a dominant display. TDK need a pistol and need a lot of things to go right in the second half to even be in with a chance of recovering. And they're going to go quick towards their site, which is open.
Yeah, this could be very, very winnable. Especially as Nafany finds that kill on the backside. Into a 4 versus 4 here. They've obviously taken some kind of a gamble, have Alliance, and it's not paid off as yet. We'll see how the retake goes, of course. Plenty of space to break in here. One set of Julies in the hands of Hera. What can they get done? Making a lot of noise. Not a lot of time to get in here either, so just going to have to hope that the shots land like crazy. So far, so good. Someone needs to get on that bomb. I actually don't think there's enough time now. There's not enough time on the bomb. Yeah, somebody had to be dedicated to dive onto the bomb during all this carnage. They get all the kills, but they're going to lose the round.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's one of those where they need to kind of have a committed play of like, this is for the round itself. I mean, I guess in the end, sure, it's one of those situations where it's nice for TDK to get around on the board. By making it as expensive as they do, you can see where Alliance are more kind of strong in terms of that force buy back in. You know, 2 premium rifles to come through, an MP9 for Harvard as well. Era might keep his money to have an AWP as early as possible, but for the most part, it's still a pretty competent buy. And I normally don't love the kind of CT side force buys on a round loss, but this one actually really does have some legs behind it because of how expensive they made it. Quad Galil, but also util's a little thin for TDK as well. So for an execute or even, I guess, more notably probably a post plant, that's where there might be a chance for Alliance. Flip side though, they don't have a lot of util. They've gone for like all firepower here, so they've really got to win these aim duels.
That's what they're looking for, I suppose. Flash into a main. Some bravery from Upi. He's going to have the entire T-side force on the other side of this smoke, though, so I think wise for him to drop back. TDK at the moment not wanting to mess things up as they will continue moving slowly. Looking for a quick burst move, it would seem. I like the setup from the CT side, though. They're ready for an A-hit here. They've got a lot of rotations coming in as well now. Contact flashes from them are pretty good. Numbers are solid for the T side. They keep finding the frags despite how many of those defenders were here in position. It's not going to happen. Mail will save his M4.
It's the right call for Mail. There's just no point. 1v4, locked out of the site as well. And now it's about can he stay alive at that M4. It's basically the only thing they're going to have to work with in towards the next round. And he is being... It's not even a soft hunt. It's a pretty quick hunt. I mean, Nafni is right around this corner. Mail's holding 4. This, oh, the timing. He will get 1. He's going to get a knife as well. Yes, he will. Money in the back pocket. And also a bit more of a kind of win on the ego check as well. Nice work for him. Question is, another around the corner. It's Axel. He's had a great round here as well. And he'll win out the aim duel as well. Sharp stuff from Axel. Down goes Mail. So this is actually, you know, a start to go for the half. This is kind of as good as it gets for TDK. Win the pistol. Sure, everyone falls, but then you win the force by quite dominantly in a sense as well. And it gives you a little bit of a runway to chipping away at this deficit.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe if it was like 9-3, 8-4, you'd believe a bit more, but it's quite a long runway they've got to deal with, you know, to continue the metaphor. So, yeah, it is going to be a challenge, and feels like Alliance are being slightly cheeky, just testing what they can get away with. The pistol was risky.
Yeah.
Then into a hard force. You'd maybe expect some other teams, especially these days, seem to be enjoying the early rifle buys. And here they are stacking B. So, yeah, they're really just trying to come away with some cheesy rounds, I suppose.
Okay, well, Nafni's ran through on towards the A site. No one's there, so the bomb on the back of Zorta with the bodyguard of Axel will make their way over. Gamble stack by the name, and the nature of it is that unfortunately sometimes it's like this. You lose an opening kill, and on top of that, it's an information gather where a pretty simple one for TDK to avoid. So a 5th on the board. I doubt we see too much in terms of an exit play here from Alliance. They also just really don't want to feed what is the remnants of the bonus buy. Cool. Ooh, nice work, though.
Maybe another one on the cards here as well. They're starting to surround them now, actually. I don't think they'll be isolating this guy as first thought. Here has sold his teammates down the river a little bit here. Not going to work out. Oh. Alright.
Yeah,
Upe just spamming away. Not even, it felt like he was kind of being a bit lazy there with the shots. Not a lot of time left on the clock, and he still managed to grab one. All right, here we go. This is where we maybe start this conversation with TDK as to whether they are going to be competitive here, whether they are going to make Alliance work for it, or if this hopeful comeback is just going to be shut down before it ever really gets going.
Yeah, I mean, this gun round is the real litmus test of what the legs look like here for TDK. Do they actually have a chance? Ooh, Zorta doesn't start well. And not only that, the missed shot from Zorta will cost Axal his life. Zero swings in to find one. Zorta will answer back, so he gets that trade. He's also met with an aid, perfectly placed. Drops him down to 47. Signs so far look decent, at the very least. Bogdan's law will be abided by as well. Male will pick up the AWP. Being as low as he is.
See if TDK have got anything in the locker here. Full utility for Zorte. What an aid. It's going to soften them up in a big way. Trying to go for a boost here. Just under the smoke. Well, unfortunately, going to be able to find that kill. That's slightly tedious. As TDK, we're in the right place, but just the RNG factor not working in their favor. Now a man advantage for the CT side.
Volley in towards back. I mean, that might not spread on towards Twist. It won't. So, I mean, he's been held by the AWP here, but again, his presence also becomes, I think that drags attention away. No holding. How quick's the reaction? Not quick enough. Xanta will find as he dips his head in towards E-Box. Nobody there. He should realize there's at least another somewhere around supporting Twist in that crossfire. But it doesn't matter. He can't clear the first, and that'll be that. That'll be the round. Alliance. Only a couple of casualties for them, but their first gun round is super effective. And they find themselves on an 11th. Brilliant work.
This is the problem we were talking about. Is it going to be over before it's begun? And I think maybe the answer is yes. Once they've got the guns in play, Alliance straighten up a bit. Look way better. And they're able to get it to 11. There's always going to be room for me if you can keep them off of 12. But we have to go with what feels logical here. And I think that Alliance are indeed in that winning position for map number 1. Looking to steal the pick away and go across to their favorite. Do have a slight tech issue here as a couple of those Swedes have dropped out, maybe playing together. Lost connection slightly, but hopefully not going to be too long getting back in.
Yeah, potentially on boot camp, maybe. I'm trying to actually think whether they would have been present at any of the other lands. I'm looking now, but actually it doesn't look like they are. So yeah, maybe potentially on boot camp. Obviously, there's a couple of lands that were going on this weekend. And they were obviously where a lot of teams are playing out of the hotel. Same can't be said for Alliance. So yeah, they actually have just dropped out. Maybe Twist and Mail might be playing bootcamp together or like in the Alliance office, something like that.
Indeed, could just be homies living together and stuff, you know?
Yeah, true. I do feel like as well, though, he's quite young. I feel like he probably still live at home.
No, that's true, actually, yeah.
He's like 16, isn't he? So
yeah, get high school finished at least, if not whatever the next level is in Sweden, if they do college or something. Not quite sure, to be honest.
I don't know, though.
In America, it's all
he might not actually
confusing.
be in high school. He might actually have dropped out for CS.
That, yeah, I feel like parents supporting the dreams, I get it, but I'd still want to finish high school, I think. Just that sort of basic education. You can always go back and do the rest.
What are these? 16?
Maybe if he was nuts. I don't know that he's quite that nuts. You know, you have to be like the donk phenom.
Well, he's 16. By 16, he's won, on average, sort of 17 grand. Plus then wages. Not bad for a 16-year-old.
No, this is true.
And he's also got now a long-term contract as well. Probably at least a couple of years with Metasport. Loaned by Alliance. I can sort of understand where, if you're a parent, you're like, right, we'll capitalize on this. Plus, he also streams, and he's pretty famous when he streams as well.
True, true. All things to think about. Something to get to the bottom of, if we get a chance to interview him. Are you still at school?
Yeah, they're the big questions. Not about the career, just
Yeah.
everything outside of. But yeah, still waiting. They are back, just waiting for the old ready up, but it should be momentary. Normally, when you hear a little bit of typing, you can sort of hear that is generally speaking the ready up. There we go. Matchmake's coming through. That's a good sign. That looks like we're about to get back underway. And it's a potential, well, I mean, it's more or less a bit of a lost chance hurrah here for TDK. Full buy-in. With your opponent on 11, you lose this, they hit 12, and your money's broken. So the 13th at that point feels like a guarantee.
Alrighty. Back into the action here, folks, after a brief technical pause in the middle. TDK losing some key momentum in the previous round, and maybe with that pause as well, just having to stew in what happened. So unfortunate timing on it. Well, we are still pretty confident in Alliance to close this one out and really start threatening what could be a speedier grand final than expected. In all honesty, Twist. And position here, does have to be careful. It's Santa on the Deagle on the other side, opting to go for this to make sure he can get that utility out. They're able to kind of get control of B main, in all fairness, just scare them away and obviously see that there's no one really outside of B for the T side. Get ready for an A hit or a mid play.
Oh, missed shot from Era. Finding that would have really alleviated a lot of the pressure coming through mid. This double stack on the edge of the smoke is kind of genius. Yeah, nice work from Marvin. Nice reaggress with the support of Upe. Back into a 4 versus 4 with a bit of information to work with. They know there was someone around mid.
Just cutting down in the mid round here. CT's trying to play the guessing game correctly. Setting up for a B hit. Would indeed be correct. There's utility flying in here. More annoying to deal with these days. Twist, however, happy for the fight. He will manage to take the first. Zorte trying to trade things out. There's too many bodies to get through. Only 3 seconds for Nafany to get anything done. He was setting up on that flank. And he goes down after time, just to add insult to injury. So for what could be the final round of Anubis here, $650 for the captain.
That's brutal. I kind of like the patience right at the end there as well, just to make sure it's after time as well. Yeah, brilliant. Such a clean showing from Alliance. Completely outclassing TDK throughout this game. And you look at the buy that's coming through now as well. I mean, it's just nothing to gloat at for this side. 3 Tech 9s, a P250, and a Deagle. Bit of utility, but let's be frank, should be no chance in hell to make anything out of this. I mean, this will be kind of the round where you would just end up winning. Off the rounds they've had lost, where they've had full buys, you bring a Tech 9 rush to play, and it could catch them off guard. But regardless, Alliance is going to be going in towards their map pick of Inferno just full of confidence, and deservedly so.
Let's see. Backs up against the wall then. Gun against your head. Gonna have to figure it out here, TDK. Is there an answer? It's not looking too likely, is it? The pistol's out. The utility, importantly. Just trying to fake things out. Feels like a lurk smoke. Maybe 1 or 2 players behind it, but not the entire team. And they are moving through it just as it starts going down. Upi fully caught off. Hero will be able to stand strong, however. In a pretty good spot here, but you can see their panic. This has come out of nowhere to them. And Xanta and the rest of the team will capitalize. Man advantage for the T's. So fair play, really nice round has been found here. Still not quite over just yet. Mail's in. It's going to take a long time for Twist to get over. So I don't know what he's going to be able to get done. And I think he indeed calls for the save. Mail's got a decent chance at things here, though. They might try and go for it. I mean, Twist's on a quick reposition towards camera. There's not a lot of time. And with the AWP shot coming in, I think that's all they need.
Could you just make sure the AWP doesn't get out here, honestly.
Yeah, that is true, actually. I think that is what he's doing.
Oh, and he does anyway. So, like we said, kind of makes sense, but also just how these games end up being, where this is the round that they win. You know, their full buys do next to nothing, but the low buy, the rush, the slightly more basic play, and in its essence is the one where they step up. But it's not really replicable. It's not one we can fall back on, and I don't think it's going to affect Alliance in any sort of a negative way. They should still be very comfortably able to close this out with plenty of rounds to spare as well. Back into the buy. Plenty of money to work with for that. They don't have enough for the AWP, though, so that's one thing they will won't have the advantage with.
Slow roll here as the round kicks off. TDK trying to replicate the success from the previous round. Avid with a quick move, just completely silent, able to catch a very good timing. And that might be all they need. Man advantage for the Swedes.
Over to fall back. Smoking his right-hand side, doors open to the left. It's just not really worth sticking around and potentially being double swung upon. Keep the numbers advantage. Go and double up with somebody, which is what he's done. $40 seconds, and TDK feel very indecisive about what they want here. But I'm going to be pulled back over towards A. There's a regress coming through. This could be either make or break. Axel will get one. Does he expect the second? Well, he's definitely heard the steps now. But a great timing on that smoke by Arvid. But he's alone. This is the issue.
Yeah, and he's weary of middle. He's right to be. Just can't get his crosshair in place. Not sure they need to go. Maybe the A main control. I like that. But the over-aggress is exactly what TDK were waiting for. Really trying to force this round, Alliance, considering the fact that they picked up a free kill to kick it off. So they will let this one slip through their fingers ever so slightly. Still a lot of room to work with, of course, but that shows some nervousness about closing the game out. That is for damn sure. Should be able to save it with these M4s in play. So I'll make a difference into the following round. They're looking to get some exits themselves. And the AWP is kind of screwed. Might even come to them on a silver platter here with the bomb explosion. We'll find out. He's actually going to live. He doesn't take hardly any damage. All right,
yeah,
never mind.
The radius is actually
That's
alarmingly kind of small on this.
Yeah, that is crazy. Clearly, I've not been getting my Anubis reps in, but
yeah,
that's wild.
Don't blame me. Terrible map. But no, it is one of those where that round, I think, basically just crumbles because of the aggression in towards A main. If they play passive there, they're probably all right. But anyway, still a long, long road to getting back into this, right? And this is kind of the main thing. I probably don't even entertain the conversation about recovery on this map for TDK until we're at like a 12-10 scoreline, to be frank. At that point, maybe I can then acknowledge that over time it's a possibility. Anything before that, though, no chance in hell, surely.
Flash into mid. Nothing presenting just yet. Nade does the tiniest bit of damage. Moving a bit quicker here, TDK. Not looking to wind the clock down. Instead, wanting to catch the CTs off. And this seems to be something that actually they've been quite good at on this T side. Still, I have my doubts in a round like this and with a buy like this. Arvid able to just about survive. He's trying to draw them in towards A. Meanwhile, a quick move on the B-bomb site. Results in a 1-for-1. It's the worst in the world. There's just so little utility for this CT side to work with. He's calling for one rotation, but really dedicated to this boost over on A. So I think it will be late here. Arvid on 3 HP, and now with an M4... might be able to catch one. Even that would be good. Can he draw attention away from his teammate? They opt to play it the other way round instead.
1 HP.
1 HP. 10 seconds to get the bomb plant in, though, and I think somehow they've managed to do it. Just too indecisive from TDK. They were great on some of the bursts, but that really goes to show just how that game went. A lot of the T side especially, very, very tentative, very unsure of themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, that's where we really get to see the difference in terms of these two sides. You know, we know that TDK have heavy hitters, and we know they have individuals who have gone all the way to the top of the scene, but Alliance have shown what it's like to have real synergy, a real cohesive unit that kind of live and die by the cause there. It's a fantastic showing. It's a great first map on your opponent's map pick, no less, as well. And now they're heading towards map number 2 of Inferno with incredible amounts of confidence. I think we're looking at this now. TDK are in some serious trouble, but we're going to have to wait and see. For now, we are heading to a break. When we are back, it's Alliance's map pick of Inferno up next.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been testing so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, ain't know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brothers since 6th grade. G-Wagon, red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. Pacino.
I'll keep going till my feet become below. I'll keep going till my feet become below. I'll keep going till my feet become below. I'll keep going till my till my feet become. I'll keep going till my feet become below. 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 Till my feet become. I'll keep going till my feet become below. I'll keep going till my feet become below. I'll keep going till my feet become below. I'll keep going till my feet become below.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So your feet, this is a shakedown.
Welcome back in here. Map number 2 underway in just a moment between TDK and Alliance. The first map came closer than I think it really should have done, to be honest with you. We're in position to just absolutely trounce them on that Anubis. It was TDK's pick. They still got beat pretty handily here now, and now we move into a home favorite for Alliance, Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, all things are looking really, really good for this Alliance side. I mean, generally speaking, they're in a spot where they were so dominant in towards that first map on their opponent's map pick and really showed the multitude of ways that they can outclass this TDK roster. I mean, we kind of saw it in terms of not only just the raw individual kind of mechanics, but, you know, we spoke about it all throughout that first map about they just feel like they're so elevated in terms of like the calling department and the system that they're based upon. It's very loose over towards TDK, but this kind of rigid Alliance system is so good when everything is kind of working. When all the cogs are whirring, it's fantastic. We have an MVP off the back of map number 1, and I don't think it'd be too much of a surprise. The man with over 100 ADR, that of Arvid, who was absolutely flying. 18 kills from him, 12 deaths, and just so much impact.
Yeah, not necessarily the name that you would expect as well, to be fair, from this side to be taking the limelight. It generally has been Male or Era looking really, really good, but he is maybe that third man, so once in a while going to have a great map and just seem to be super consistent as well, right? Not too flashy, but just able to work within the pack and get those opening kills pretty often. Really looking nice and clean and clinical, which I suppose is exactly what you want, particularly in an opening map. So hopefully going to get a bit more of that from him here on the Inferno. But yeah, Arvid looking great. I wonder why he decided to, you know, take the R out of his user, as his first name is just Arvid anyway. So interesting stuff. but
Yeah, true.
he looks pretty good. He looked pretty good on Anubis, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, he's kind of not the guy that we look towards normally in terms of the numbers department, especially kind of in recent form, obviously being male, but error in this tournament specifically off the back of their previous game. But it's great that, again, it kind of is proof in the pudding that for this Alliance side, they have just a multitude of ways in which they can win games, right? They have so many different people that can step up, and heading in towards Inferno, it's now more than just a couple that the TDK roster have to be A, wary of, and B, try and shut down. If Arva continues to play like that, that is 3 big heavy hitters in this side who can put up some serious numbers. I mean, that's a really, really scary prospect to try and deal with. So ultimately, like we were kind of talking about, that things are looking and feeling potentially quite dicey in this game already for TDK. They've got a lot to do to get back into it. And even still, right, if we don't get the likes of an Arvid stepping up, or if Male's a little bit quiet, you know, Ube can have his moments too. He can really start to show what he's all about. We expect big things from Era generally. And in his own regard, Twist recently has been putting up some decent numbers. So it's a scary prospect. This is a side that are looking and feeling great. And honestly, I know it might be premature to say, but the way we saw things ending towards map number 1, I'd be very surprised at the moment if Alliance don't take this in 2.
Yeah, I think so, to be honest with you. If we are keeping it real here, it should be Alliance's series to lose now, but plenty of time in between. TDK have had some opportunity to kind of get that mental reset, and a lot of experience within that team to be able to do so. I think maybe if they'd started out on the T side, maybe if they'd picked up one of those earlier clutches and rounds like that, it could have been a much closer game. I think it just took them too long to get warm into proceedings, and ultimately costing them everything. So yeah, it is difficult, but now we move on to this Inferno, and Alliance, I think, just going to be the force to be reckoned with here. A lot of experience on this map, and not really too many issues with it. I think, you know, a stalwart Swedish map for these guys for sure, and TDK do play it maybe when it comes up, as Inferno does. It's kind of a rare map to have as a permaban, but you know, just goes to show in February alone they've played it 8 times, I believe, on the Alliance side. So pretty much every day of the week it feels like these guys are playing this map. Meanwhile, just sort of happens once in a while. There's only 1 clean win for TDK. The other 2 wins that they have are quite close, quite hard fought. So yeah, I think it certainly is going to be a challenge here on Inferno.
Yeah, I think you're right. Waiting for this game to get underway, and I think it's just about to go live. Map number 2 of Inferno here between Alliance and TDK. In the grand final of the EU Cup 1, Alliance find themselves 1 map away from taking this series and taking this first cup. And let's see how they fare on the CT side. Twist going to be tested. First engagement, it's damage, but it's not enough for the kill. They've actually just barreled in towards B here. They're going to bomb down.
Yeah, they were not very ready for that B hit, it's safe to say. On the Alliance side of things, Axile in a good spot here. Might not even be needed. He's going to take a swing. He will win the fight, but ultimately it's all good. As the T side, Zorte in particular, rolling through their opponents.
Yeah, that is a statement of a pistol as well here by TDK. Just sort of saying that we're not going down without a fight. We've definitely got ideas about how to make this Inferno work for us, and, you know, don't coast, essentially. Nice work. Nice pistol to take, and really not a lot you can do on the flip side for the Alliance team. You know, I've brought this up 1,000,001 times with you while casting. I don't like that they're force buying here, to be perfectly honest. I really wouldn't mind them going for a lesser buy in this one and full-ish buy towards next. Now, sure, of course, you maybe don't have as much utility, but how prevalent the likes of an MP7 are these days. Like, an MP7 buy with a full battle util is still really scary in a map like Inferno with a lot of kind of close cubbies and corners. And you'd be going to get a bonus buy, which you know is going to have primarily, as we can see, Galil's and Mac 10. So the MP7 wouldn't be out of place.
This is true. For the 5-7, what can that get done? So far a 1-for-1, lacking some information on these site players, and Male's going to creep in, find himself a couple of kills. Oh, this is scary now, isn't it? There's only one on that site itself, just outside of the dink range. Is that going to make a big difference here? Zorte is, again, head on a swivel, really looking good the past few rounds. Trying, and maybe even succeeding to bail his team out of another sticky situation here. Twist moving through short. Can't get it done, and Zorte continues being a force to be reckoned with. I think they should get a good couple of kills here, but the round itself not going to happen. This is a great idea with the nade. Fortunately, he's planting a bit deeper into the site. It's not going to find success. Craziness needs to happen here from Arvid to win this.
Yeah, best of luck. He knows where one is, obviously somewhere towards backside. It's just clearance of Nafany is the hard one. Head tucked, smoke down to front pit, flash over towards pit side as well. He's done a decent of ISIS in the fights, but it's Zorta up on the site. He bails them out. A quad kill in this round. He got 3 in the previous. Single-handedly has kind of netted them these first 2 rounds. It's not a massive confidence booster that was as expensive as it was, but still. Second on the ball for TDK, and the third now in this round following should be a guarantee.
Yeah, you would expect as much. So TDK with a really good, fresh slate kind of look here, Nao. They can be happy with the fact that they have come into Inferno kind of looking like a new team. Still going to be some work. But at the moment, looking pretty damn good. I think Alliance are going to have to release some of that pressure as well. If you don't get the first rifle, it becomes a very interesting conversation around how this first half will end up.
Yeah, in this round, not expecting loads from Alliance. But a couple of constellation kills wouldn't go amiss, and they've got bodies towards B. Nafanioni, the 5-7 for him. Keeping cash on hand. I might be an AWP in towards the next round, to be fair. Especially if this one goes well. Smoke over. I mean, there's 4 players here now towards this side. This could be a little janky. And he's blocked the smoke! Hera, nice shot. Hang on. Arvid doesn't die either, by the way. And, of course, there it is. The lack of that boost smoke. Oh, my God. Mail could have got 2 there, but he doesn't. They've made this expensive.
Made it look winnable, actually. There's maybe a chance. With one more well-placed bullet. Take this over the line. Oh, Hera caught reloading. Gives it all onto Upe. Can he get his hands onto a Galil? Will that make a difference? They seem to know about him here, and he tries to get the kill ahead of the smoke. It's not going to work. Costly, though. Very, very costly indeed. So the gap close certainly could happen quickly if this next rifle goes well. They're still keeping the competition staying hot on the heels of their opponents, really. It's TDK who keep getting them in their favor. Despite the difficulties of the past couple of rounds, especially. The pistol was pretty one-sided. But we're going to find out here. The AWP out for Hera. Plenty of utility. So no complaints in terms of the Alliance buy. Just a question as to whether they can find success here or not.
Oh, big risk by Hera to pair his head around. Takes a dink, but survives. Upe might, I was going to say, be naded. That is such an unfortunate nade. Catches a random pixel that sends it skywards. Water control taken here by Sugar is being held, though. Flash over. Will be cleared, but it's Upe who loses his head.
Sugar just dropping back for now. They're going to take that first kill and try and not let a return frag come. Fully back. So yeah, even the AWP is looking in for a little bit more. He keeps it going, desperate to find a return frag. Hera will be rewarded. In all fairness, catches them trading nades and whatnot. But he still finds himself a little isolated on A. They've rotated Mail away. Not sure if I agree here. Yeah, they're going to miss the toll. This completely trying to make a banana move happen. Hera gets caught asleep at the wheel there before he even gets to pull the trigger, and that'll be a save. Alliance looking panicked and a very questionable rotation.
Yeah. Really kind of felt unnecessary as well, to be completely frank. And therefore, a 4-0 start for this TDK side. And on top of that, still a decent position where they can really start pulling away with this. I mean, 4-0, you can have a buy back around. With 3 saves on the CT side, that generally means you can get a reinvestment out. And of course, they got loss bonus maxed out on the side now of Alliance. So you generally would be rebuying back in around this. But it still is a really awkward spot where your finances are never completely shored up long term. And kind of on top of it too, where for TDK, they've already put a decent amount of foundations up on this T side. Generally speaking, Inferno is statistically one of the most even maps in the pool. So to find yourself in a spot where you've got 4 rounds out the gates, I mean, for most teams, finishing anywhere around 6 rounds T side would be huge. And the way TDK are playing right now, it kind of feels a miss if they don't get there.
Yeah, this is really starting to open up into a different kind of conversation than the one we were expecting. Alliance not showing us too much, but still a lot of time, still very early doors. Just trying to figure out how TDK play this T side, and something we did comment on in between maps is if they'd started on the T side of Anubis. Obviously not the way it goes, and it's all very much conjecture. Could have been a harder ride for Alliance. I think that this TDK individual T side is just really, really strong at times.
Yeah, and this is sort of what they look like when they're not asleep for the first 8 rounds of play, as it kind of was in towards map number 1. And this is kind of what I was saying at the end of that map number 1, where I was saying, as someone who's caught TDK quite a bit recently, that map 1 wasn't a reflection of how good they actually can be. This is looking a lot more like it. Smoke. It won't really block that much. Albus still going to have to jump up on top coffin, which is still normally an absolute death sentence. He did spot one on the jump peak there, and his Twist to get that first. A lot of bodies barreling in towards B, and from Dark, down goes Twist. The coffin player can't really afford to fight, so bomb gets planted. That's a really nice execute already by TDK.
Yeah, no flash for Twist to work with. Really could have been a devastating position for him. The flash came in too late. Still 4 on 4. Smoke's going to start going down. And there are no replenishments available here for that T side. They have to land their shots. Plenty of utility, you might argue, for the CTs. Oh, Xanta keeps his cool despite being in the flames. And with no clear way in, they will move to save here. Are they going to be successful? Is now the next question. Nafany has other ideas. He himself comes under threat, though. Doesn't really matter. TDK 5 in a row right now.
They're loving life. Looking so damn sharp. Ooh, nearly something at that tail end. You can talk about it being a little bit expensive over towards TDK, but for the most part, who really cares? A 5-round lead that they've built up. They've already put themselves in a commanding position here on this Inferno. And it comes down to the initial execute. It's just really, really effective. They move in as a pack. They know that they can trade really effectively, and their util's fantastic too. Brilliant work. Pause taken here by Alliance. No surprises. Yeah, kind of horrible spot that we're put in at the moment. I mean, for Alliance, you sort of generally speaking want to be having, I mean, at least 5 rounds on your CT side on this map. And I mean, for them to ask that now it's quite the task. Get 5 out of the last 7 rounds of play. It is a big ask for this Alliance side. Let's see what they can do off the back of the pause.
Yeah, definitely going to be a challenge. But time going to tell if they can indeed bounce back. Now starting to see some of that TDK prowess that we were expecting in this series. Absolutely fantastic stuff from them thus far, and not necessarily leaning on those older guard players. Axile a little quiet. A lot of it is Zorte, actually. There's also Sugar, who comes in as the least known name of this roster, really. Looking very, very good indeed. So we continue turning heads. Just a case as to whether they can keep replicating this success as it goes on.
Mail. On the box as well. 35 seconds. She feels like one of the better positions for Alliance. They've got bodies here. They've got util down as well. The bomb's still kind of on the side of this. They're going to wrap towards B. I mean, this is a bold call with 24 seconds. They're making a move. Or gets a leg shot. Ovid here as well as down goes Zorta. Surely not enough time for this. 15 seconds and there's still a player anchoring towards B.
Yeah, you feel like surely not going to get it down. That kill has to be the kill. 5 seconds. A little bit of a tag coming in from CT. They do deal with... Man, they're lucky to be alive, in all honesty.
Yeah.
They will be stopped, slowed, after sacrificing a couple of players. So damn close, but risking a little too much there.
God, I mean, it's nice that Alliance get around, but it's kind of one of those rounds and one of those situations where you probably have to come off the back of it and say, it's not so much that Alliance did things right there, it's more that TDK did things wrong. So I'm still not got the confidence just yet in Alliance in making something out of this map at the moment, making something out of this half at the very least. It's nice to have, it probably alleviates a bit of the pressure, especially off the back of the attack pause, but that was more TDK leaving things late, seemingly for no reason, and being really indecisive. I mean, sub 30, what, that 24 seconds as they wrap through archers towards the B site. I mean, surely was in their mind they probably even thought this is not going to work.
Banana control comes all too easily, and they are just going to roll through here, completely catching them. This is what they have available to them with how well things have been going, and a wild find to kick things off. An immediate move to save, as Arvid says, I want nothing to do with that.
Honestly,
but yeah, really nice, really, really nice.
Gotta respect Nafany for that call, right? Look at what we've just said, right? Off the back of that previous round where they were indecisive, a little too slow. There was a lot of issues with the mid to late round of that previous round. And then they come in towards this one and they just say, immediate hit towards B. We're just flying in towards the fight here. This is the call we're making out of spawn. I'm kind of living and dying by it. I love it, right? That's such an immediate reaction and response by Nafany to say, this is what went wrong last time. I'm going to fix it immediately and reclaim the control in this game and the momentum back without any sort of a hitch. Beautiful. Love it. Cannot complain at all. That's sort of like the dream response after kind of a poor calling round prior.
Yeah, they're a fantastic kind of reading team at the moment. Really, really great. And Alliance are getting a taste of their own medicine here, it would seem. Really needed to string a couple together after winning that first round, bring it to like 5-3 or something before the risk of a loss, but not the case. So, you know, one round is not that much more. 0, unfortunately. Not going to make a huge difference to their comeback train. They do get to save. They do get to reinvest. And have they got any plans themselves to try and catch TDK off guard in the same way that they did in the previous round? We'll see. Maybe a 3-man banana play could be on the cards. Seems not, but we get the smoke down, so they might try and get some top banana control here.
Harvard. Up close. Super 8. Oh, he spotted one. Maybe even actually the second there as well. He spots the rifle of Antro up close. He might actually spot the warp at range potentially too. Good information for the B players to work with as well, knowing that they're sort of still indecisive. Arthur gets a molly straight at the feet. Could have gone forward through it, but instead fall back and kind of shore up the B defenses, and in doing so, the other side of the map, Upe will lose his life.
Slow contact move up onto this A-bomb site. The defense is decent over here. Swinging straight into the AWP though as they try and re-aggress. There's a trade. Going to need More like that, though, and Mail caught completely off guard. Here on the orb. He's now the only one left, actually. He will eventually close him down. It's going from bad to worse for Alliance. Where have they gone here now?
Non-existent. We had a 7-1 scoreline for Alliance against TDK in that first map, and it's completely flipped it. It's very rare that we see series like this, where it's immediate flip. And it's probably a lot of proof of how momentum heavy both of these sides are. I did say at the end of that first map, that was not a true reflection of what TDK are like. This is more like it. But on the flip side, this is not a true reflection of what Alliance can be like either. So it feels like we sort of have to have one without the other, rather than what we initially expect. I mean, we said this feels like a 3-map affair from the get-go. However, we didn't expect it to be like this. I thought it'd be a bit of back and forth, bit of a competition each map.
Kind of a shame that not necessarily the game that we're getting. See if Ancient pans out that way. And there is still time here, don't get me wrong, for Alliance. It's just not looking likely, the rounds themselves as well as the scoreline paint a pretty bleak picture. Just fun towards B here. Santa on the lurk. Ooh, somehow still alive. Quick shot whisks past him. Good numbers on this B bomb site here, though. Now, I don't know how good this is going to look. Upe's gone down in the apartments as well, and they've got a long lurk coming in that surely is not going to be expected. The scariest weapon is that orb, and it will now be deleted.
Yeah, I mean, there's an AK scooped up, right? But, I mean, how do you even get this activated in towards the round itself? One will go down in just a moment. Planted by Zorta. Nice and safe backside, too. I mean, I just don't think you can give this one a look in. Numbers is advantage. You obviously not got the firepower for this too. I mean, it's quite Inferno, you know, based in a way, right? This is Inferno in a nutshell. Save simulator, but it's adding to the misery and the woes of Alliance, who find themselves 7 rounds in the hole. Axel was in a brutally unorthodox little save angle there. Twist, there's no way he was clearing that. Arvid could get something at the tail end here, though. He's kind of found a bit of a gap in between this T side. This all dead to rights. Ah, there we go. Waterfalls. But the orb won't stay afloat for much longer, and Axel probably can recover it. There it is. He doesn't actually need to, though, to be honest. They got so much money.
Not looking good, though. I mean, they do come close in places, but just don't have that extra gear to them that they had on map number 1, unfortunately. So things are looking harder and harder. Again, we come to this point of you need at least 4 rounds. That's what we generally say.
Yep.
So they are at a key turning point of this first half. Again, trying to change things up a bit, get some banana control, but TDK not really playing into the hands of Alliance at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, also, it just feels massively unlikely where we're at the moment to get 4 rounds out of this. Woefully inconsistent in terms of the competitive nature of these rounds. Nafany, nice open ace. Lucky to stay alive. Down to 4 points of HP. And a molly right round that corner, but that's top banana control taken here. And Sugar on the lurk will get 2. No way. It's all falling into place now, as Arvid's all that's left.
Unreal. I mean, super unlucky in a couple of these exchanges, of course. Look at those HP bars, but TDK just able to deliver round after round after round here on Inferno. Crazy to see. Arvid will get to save, most likely. We'll see. The AWP might have a look for him. Does seem like there's a light hunt happening now, so we'll find out, actually. They may well take him down here in his funky little off angle, but 9th round coming in. I think with where the money is at, they probably take an eco, even if he does save, to be honest. And I think you just have to, indeed, write off this next round. So, 10-2 is the best you can hope for. It's a weird deja vu here, just completely flipped.
Yeah. Could be a weird map 3. Like, I have no idea what to expect. I mean, at this point, we can probably say when we get there, not if. I mean, it feels so highly unlikely that Alliance can return from this point. I mean, credit to them if they can, but would be an insane recovery if that's the case. Even getting 3 rounds at the end of this half feels like a big ask.
Yeah. AWP in play. Can Era get anything done? He's had maybe 1 or 2 rounds where he has found important AWP kills. Just not quite done anything with them. Top banana control again coming in, so there's some consistent factors for Alliance. They're going to look for an aggression here. Try and find this first kill. There's no wide swings that come in, and the return response is pretty good. And with it, Banana will fall 5 on 3. It's probably another save call, realistically.
Kind of in this position where, like, I just want to be seeing Alliance give this sort of round a go, right? I'd want to be seeing them go for something in terms of, like, what is, like, a statistical risk. You are so deep in the hole right now, and you're so unlikely to win this round. But, like, a number disadvantage played towards B, just to try and see if you can chance it. The good thing is with a saver, it does mean you're going to have some sort of a buy in towards the next round, but it's double digits first half, and this is all but done. And did Era need to swing there? Let's be honest. No. Down goes the AWP.
Yeah.
So then in hindsight, I would have preferred them to give it a go.
I don't really know. I think there's a bit of tilt here and a bit of that.
Yeah, I think they checked out.
Feeling of safety that they still have a third map to lean on.
Yeah, agreed.
You know? Potentially why the timeout comes in here if they are not quite listening to proceedings. It's a tough mental state to be in, you know, that it's not the be-all and end-all, and you do have this Ancient coming up next, but that is the most coin-flippy map that you potentially could have gone to. Actually, it definitely is,
Yeah,
between these two teams.
Sure.
It's just very hard to predict from the statistical side of things. So, yeah, I don't rightly know what to comment here, Neo, as we do go into a tech pause.
Yeah, I hate to say it. Feels like, I mean, kind of, we were only a brief tech pause, but we really are in this beginning of the end territory. Double digits first half. Sure, you can buy back in, but that lack of AWP that was lost, that really, really hurts. Say that comes in towards mid. That's not going to go for the flames. That's a bold move. I mean, it feels, kind of for the most part, sort of unnecessary. It takes a lot of damage for that.
In a good spot here. Yeah, he was watching for that boost. Maybe jumped the gun ever so slightly early before Nafany had fully peaked. So no initial kill coming off, but there's a lot of damage done to that T side. Certainly not looking very healthy. And, you know, funnily enough, it's around where they've moved faster. They've played into Alliance's hands a bit earlier here, and it's worked pretty well for Alliance. Quick, instantaneous, in fact, trade there. It still just feels pretty unhealthy for this T side. Lurking presence of Sugar in the apartments. Another re-smoke at B. What are they going to do?
Bringing the bodies. Well, I guess initially over towards B that really showed up, but I think a lot of it depends on what Sugar can do, and all he really gets is a dink. Little love tap as he sort of dips away. I think you might just be going for a finish B here. You've crept up enough. And they do have just about enough util for the exit. In it comes. Molly towards Nubox. Smoking towards CT. Flashes over, but Twist is going to be tested. Gets the first. He gets so unlucky not to get the second. Oh, Ovid! The drive-by right at the tail end. Alliance will get a second. It's a ever so slight saving grace. But this is a long, long road to recovery in this second half. A fantastic show from TDK. They barely broke a sweat as well. And we'll see whether they can continue this run of form in the second half.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of A to Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different
Alrighty, welcome back. Second half about to get underway here as well. 10-2, well, one-sided affair is an understatement here in this one. On their opponent's map pick, TDK are looking fantastic. And we're seeing whether they can continue. We also had a 10-2 in that first map as well, so it's rare that we get back-to-backs. Let's see how it pans out in towards the second. It's a great start, Arvid. The MVP of map number 1, first of 4 here, as he struggled really to find that same level of impact. And it's Zorta for the first, having a fantastic map.
Yeah, really looking hot here, which is what we like to see. One of the up-and-coming talents once upon a time. Couldn't quite break in. A little taste of Tier 1, but not quite good enough for that level. Bit too good for this level, it feels like at times. I've been floating around trying to hit a clean peak. As our Alliance, Upe looking good on the Glocks. And it looks set to get the pistol here. We'll see Zorte, the aforementioned, trying to recover the round here. He had a great pistol in the first half. He wants to do the same here again, but he will be denied. It's all going to be on to Xanta, 1-on-3. He's only really got info on one guy, so I don't see him finding success from here. Delaying the inevitable, now spotted out. Flanked as well, yeah. Not long for this world at all. Danny will go. So there's the all-important pistol for Alliance.
It's actually a great pistol recovery. Obviously, it starts quite badly. Not only with Zorte finding the opener, but also behind that, Zorte getting the opener, and then on top of it, a lot of information to work with too. But it's a brilliant kind of triple from Upe. The two that get him space in towards the A site, and then that third that basically all but confirms the round in a sense, even Xanta alone. Really nice individual work. He's obviously had a really poor map, and that's a nice time for him to step up. Now, still, a lot more needed to be done. I mean, I'm not really going to get confident in the Alliance recovery until it's like, I mean, like 10 to 8. Maybe I can then start to entertain that conversation, but we'll see. I guess the one positive note is that the real good CS that we saw in that first map was actually the T side for Alliance. That's where they got 10 rounds prior. The C side actually looked a little shaky, but they just had such a big buffer zone to work with that they were able to sort of stumble across the line. We'll see whether that's the case here.
Yeah, definitely curious. Upe to seemingly lead the charge on the MAC-10. A lot of bodies, though, for the CT side. Oh, and Xanta on the Deagle for 3. That is so clean. Highlight of the map so far, for sure. And it is not happening here. It felt like there was something brewing in the water. Unless Arvid, now on 2 HP, can clutch things up. It's disaster for Alliance. It's probably map over. And Ancient looking more and more likely.
For Arvid, 2 points of HP and a dream. He should spot him out here, and he does. But it's a bomb plant and a 1v1 as well. There's plenty of time to work with. He's going to plant 4 alongside. Nafi's got a hope out of util as well. This nade could single-handedly do it. Molly big pit, nade little. Not the most uncommon thing in the world. Lurk, smoke out along if he wants to. Go on. Spotted. Oh, he sees him off the 5-7 regardless. Didn't even need the utility. Bomb was planted 4 alongside. It's understandable why he was sort of questioning that back cubby of A side, but take a bow, Xanta. It's a fantastic round from him. 3 sharp shots. And net TDK the 11th. And like you said, that's probably the beginning of the end here.
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So clean. Looking fantastic. TDK set to close it out a bit quicker and a bit cleaner than their opponents did over on Anubis. So a trading of maps is what seems likely here. Wild ride thus far, Neo, and I think certainly Colour, all of us surprised that Alliance were not able to at least make this competitive. You know, felt like they should have been finishing things from here, but yeah, at least make it competitive, right, if you are going to lose the map. Not the case. Now, as we've said a couple times with a series like this, no idea what to expect on map 3. Is it going to be close? Is it going to be tilt from Alliance so they didn't close it out? Will they be able to resurge? It's a lot of questions for sure. how much length have they got left? Here on Inferno, Xanta confident, flashes himself in. Only for one, though. So looking pretty damn good here for Alliance to steal a cheeky round.
Error. Nice find. So yeah, looks like they might steal one back. I think if you are Zorta and Exile, you just save. Nothing really you can do. 2 points of HP was nothing to do with any sort of an exit play. I think Exile will be the contact man and try desperately to keep that AK in play. Nice response from Alliance, but still a long, long way to go before we get to the point of being kind of comfortable. It's like a nice round, but as we've done many a time when we've casted together, the question we always ask, is that a round that's replicable? Ultimately not, right? A lot of things have gone right there to make that one stick. I like the pace behind it. I like the intent in terms of the aggression. I think as well, when you've got nothing to lose, that is a nice way to play it and approach. Sort of saying, let's just play as a pack. Let's fly in towards the fight. Let's back ourselves in the aim duels and just see if we can overwhelm off pure firepower alone, more than, you know, dissecting the defense and baiting out util, which Inferno can be quite known for, these slow tempo T-set rounds. I love that sort of a call. Flying towards the fight, back ourselves. Let's just see if we can be better, as we were plenty of times in map number 1. But doing that consistency is quite a big ask. And realistically, if they continue to try and throw these real quick-paced rounds, they're going to get conditioned there, TDK. They're going to just throw early mollies and nades to kind of counteract. So it's nice to find. It's nice to break a bit of the streak and the worry that's sort of brewing at the moment, but it's a long road to getting back into this.
It does beg the question as well, where has it been for some of the game? We didn't really see a lot of... Sure, it's harder on the CT side, but not sending it down banana, not sending it down mid. They just didn't lay down the law on their CT side, and TDK abused that. This looks a lot tougher. T-side was pretty damn good on Anubis, but if it can keep up for what is essentially an entire half of Counter-Strike here that they're going to have to win, I think really, really quite difficult to find that consistency for so long. 4 on B for both sides, ultimately, and Sugar with a good catch on the other side of the map. So it kind of confirms that it is a B hit here. They're very ready. Nafany with the touchdown nade to take out 2. They're still committing here. Player up on the boost. He's blinded. He's lost his teammates. Getting a little weird, but it's such a good position that he's just able to finish the round there, and then TDK to steal one back themselves.
Map point. Our third map brewing now. I don't want to see as well for Alliance, like we said. The road to recovering towards this one was just too large. That saved AK does a hell of a lot of work, though. You look at the buy and response for Alliance, unfortunately. 2 players with the Eagles. Barely any util as well. So an execute is one thing, but a post plant is like an even tougher ask. Xanta and Orbid. Bit of ships in the night action here as they go past each other. Orbid's still not being traded. Xanta's kind of trying to play a bit of trigger this minute. He could actually net 2 for his worries, though. Oh my. There they are. There's both. Brilliant work from Xanta. Bit of patience pays off, and it'll bring the numbers back in their favor. But Mail's stuck in behind, and he's got 1. Zorta dead to rights. Flank upon flank here.
Yeah, weird round. The one big thing that gets in the way is that bomb was at bottom banana. So it's going to take them a lot of time to recover the bomb and be careful about it. Oh, Mail lucky to find that. Sugar here gets a big kill on Era. He was the only healthy player remaining. Now they have a decision to make. What do they do with this bomb? Oh, Upe going to catch Xanta. Knife in hand. Mail gets his. And just an all over the place, where the hell are they? Lacking info kind of round. Works out for the T side.
Still alive. Just about. He's sort of clinging on for dear life in a sense. But nice work to recovering towards that one. And proof that there is some gimmicks to work with. But right? You know, it's one of these. It's really hard to get motivated about the discussion about OT. The buy isn't exactly bountiful, though, for TDK. So at the very least, you find this one, that's a 6th. Money broken, the 7's there behind. I mean, it's a 5-round game. It's still, again, a really big ask, but some level of a pathway opening up. Xanta going to be caught by the spam. Left reeling on 20 points of HP, especially being the solo anchor here as well. Nice nade.
Yeah, the response not so good. TDK looking, praying, hoping that they can somehow close things out here and now. Another nice nade though from the T side to just keep softening them up. They have 3 on A. That's kind of their only saving grace here. Going to be a fake out on B. They're not biting. Obviously got Xanta here to gather info, but those A players are firmly posted up. And Xanta's even saying, actually, we're going to bail. But the problem is, once they get in, they can say nobody's home. And the bomb does actually go to join them. So, lovely move from Alliance.
Yeah, I think, you know, for the remaining 4, I actually wouldn't mind if maybe the pistols, potentially like Zorta or Axal, go looking for a gun, but anything else, for someone like Xanta solo or Sugar with the M4, it's not worth the risk. Male's lurking. And on himself the first. Down goes Xanta. He was already 1 foot in the grave anyway, so it's not the most damning person to lose. Timing! Nice reaction from Male. Sharp shooting. The hunt so far, and there could be more bodies to find. There is. Male dives in, and he's going to actually make it 4 in the end for the hunt. Beautiful work from Male in the hunt there. Fantastic.
Well, able to extend play a little bit here and rebuild some confidence moving into Ancient. As it will be an eco out from TDK. Still not super worried about TDK taking the victory here. A couple more rifles, maybe we start that conversation, but just the fact that they're able to hit 12 so fast generally means that the game is over and everybody knows it. Of course, this is the game of Counter-Strike, and it does happen once in a while. Is this going to be a 1 in a million game where Alliance can pull things back? We'll see there. 91% win rate on this map is certainly now under threat. They're going to have to show us why it is so high.
How's the VP stack going to be dismantled? Arvid spots the first. I think he now realizes if there's a player playing like that, there's multiple bodies. Hence why you can see them already progressing over towards the A site. And with that kill, they probably just speed up now. They should realize there's multiple bodies over there. Arvid, what have we got for a Swan 2? Holding down Mouse 1 for the 3rd, but runs out of ammo. And an easy see-off as well. Bomb plant. All 5 stay alive. All 5 kills. Perfect round for Alliance.
Yep, looking good. See if they can fend off another rifle bite. We'll get interested here. Starting to just become a small risk, but still enough room. Have Alliance got anything left in the locker here to try and cook something up? Small timeout before getting back into proceedings, so there is potential for a change up here. We'll see what they decide to go for. Meanwhile, Alliance, I think just going through the motions, man, you know, just keep it simple, grind the rounds out, hit your shots, try not to think about that scoreline at the top.
I think when you're on a, you know, at a deficit as large as Alliances, you actually can only think in a more micro sense, right? You can only think one at a time. Oh my Zorta, how goes that flash? Not good enough. Sugar's gonna get 2, but a nice trade. Exile. Could catch Upe dead to right, and he will. He also could deny the bomb here, but Alva's just going to confidently stand tall to stick it. Numbers favour the CT side, but Error should be about to level that playing field. He's got a good flank brewing. Axel is periodically checking. Error's also waiting, and Error will win up the head-to-head. Lovely shot.
Could be a big deal. Molotov comes in, pushes them into an awkward spot, but Arvid does not care. Big finds from him. Could be a really big round here. Massive clutch. So good for the morale on that Alliance side, and equally quite bad on the opposition. So keep an eye on this now, folks. Going to be a half buy in as Alliance have got the loss bonus. Sorry, TDK have got the loss bonus built up. There is a lot of potential for the Swedes to now close the gap. Ultimately, one good, clean rifle round in this.
That's it. This game really has something brewing. TDK. Head spot, a twist. Wow, it's a sharp shot. It's such a quick reaction. Advances against this lower buy. Flash on the corner. No spots nothing. There's actually a slight boost above the smoke here. But it doesn't really see anything until short corner. Grenade as well. And the molly. Yeah, Axel.
Maybe they heard something.
I'd say he should be dead here, but now he is.
They seem pretty sure he was there, you know.
Yeah.
Obviously after the smoke, but even initially, Santa's Deagle. One to watch. Got to be very careful, given what he did just a few rounds ago. They're trying to act fearless here as they pick up the pace to break into the site itself. The setup, generally speaking, not bad for it.
Oh.
A lot of info for Sugar. Finds that one while falling. The 5-7 couldn't be any more annoying. Sugar just proves why Nafany now left in this 1 versus 2.
I mean, let's be real. This is not an impossible one at all. AK scooped up. The only thing is no util, no kit. He's got to do this quickly. There's the first male force. He's heard that. That's been calmed. You can see reaction coming through. Nafany's done it. They needed a bit of a hero. And Captain Fantastic will step up. They are made to work with it. Work for him, I say, at that real tail end. But that's what that strong first half has netted them. Just enough breathing room to stumble over the line. Now, granted, I think they've given Alliance a bit of confidence heading in towards that third map, despite how the first half went. But either way, TDK, lovely response after a really poor first map, and they push us towards the third.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens, right? There's kind of like this weird convergence of like the team on 11 or 12 feeling really confident, the team that is suddenly accepting the fact that the map's going to be over, finding that second wind, and it does bring both map 1 and map 2 a lot closer. But the third and final is, of course, where this one is going to be decided for this first Cup Grand Final of Season 51. We'll catch you in a few, don't go anywhere.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah. I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and Rolex account or Blueface? The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brother since 6th grade. G-Wagon, red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, acting like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on the better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. Pacino.
feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet.
It is map number 3 here on the docket as we turn our attention now to Ancients in the grand final here of the first cup of the year. Of course, for those who are only just joining us midway through, the winner of this will qualify for the Season 51 EU Finals with a Pro League spot on the line. And as TDK taking on Alliance, and we're heading to that map number 3. We've just finished Inferno. It was a dominant showing for the most part for TDK. A little bit of a hiccup towards the end, but one man really did shine. Xanta, MVP of the back of that one. And Harvey, he was excellent.
Yeah, he absolutely was. The Deagle in particular had a massive round when it just felt like there was some momentum starting to be picked up by the T side of Alliance, and he just shut them down with like this crazy 3-piece from the porch. So yeah, really looked good. And again, just super consistent. I think both teams have a lot of players that are capable of taking over a game, capable of being that most impactful player. That's what makes them quite scary at the moment in terms of the tier 2, and also just against each other. I think as if you are able to feel a little better into a particular map, they can just very quickly grow that gap, and we've seen that from both of them across the course of the series. And I suppose the question is, will Ancient hand itself to more of that? Is it going to be more back and forth? I suppose it's time to find out. Hopefully not too long before we get in, but I do feel for Alliance here, like us and you guys watching at home, you may well feel that it should have been their series 2-0 after the way that Anubis went.
Yeah.
And maybe they looked into Inferno and just took their eye off the ball. It does happen.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they coasted a little bit heading in towards that second map, and in doing so, it just cost them. By the time they finally woke up, it was too little too late. If they had any level of like a foundation to fall back on, right? It's a 10-2 first half. If they had actually even got like an 8-4, that's workable. Like a 7-5, and to be honest, they might have actually taken the map in the series. So they'll be kicking themselves at Alliance just by how underwhelming that CT side was more than anything. It was just so not up to scratch comparatively to what we had just seen on Anubis, where they looked, by and large, a completely dominant side. It's good to see that TDK do have stuff in the locker. Like I was alluding to, though, there was a bit of a run by Alliance at the tail end of Inferno. They got 6 rounds on the T side. They actually were looking competitive. Like, we actually opened the door to the narrative of, is there actually a comeback on the cards here? It was pretty close, right? And that's where I think at the very least heading in towards this decider, despite TDK winning it, Alliance aren't going to be completely tilted or completely checked out. They are going to have this belief of, okay, poor start, we rectified it towards the end, wasn't enough, sure, but we can now head in towards this third map with a lot of confidence.
No, that is very true. That is very, very true. I think there is a lot of potential for this to also go similar to Inferno. That's maybe the way that I'm leaning a bit. TDK perhaps taking some time to just get used to the way that Alliance play, and indeed underestimating them. Maybe their first proper challenge, you might say. I mean, in terms of the officials, only been together for about a month now, and not really playing on HLTV much longer than that. So, or rather underneath that. So yeah, it's been a very, very quick turnaround for them. They've been winning so many games, and this does feel like the first team they're coming up against where it's like the meeting of two really strong forces within tier 2 at the moment. So perhaps it took them some time to get used to it and indeed to bring some respect to the table. Once they did that, they looked very, very good. So Ancient functions differently, I feel like, from our first 2 maps. Not as much slow play, a lot more initial fights for control. So that is something where I do also see TDK thriving with the firepower that they've had on display.
Yeah, and you know, if we kind of cast our minds all the way back to the pre-show getting ready for this game, we did allude and we kind of made it pretty clear that we felt this had 3 maps written on it. Just kind of even the way the veto process went, right? It felt like it was going to be the case. However, I will happily hold my hands up. I didn't expect it to be maps reversed, right? I kind of thought TDK would take their Anubis. If TDK would take their Anubis and Inferno would go the way of Alliance, and they would have those as kind of their surefire picks, and then we'd go to the all-out 3-map brawl in towards the Ancient, which is, as you put it rightfully, kind of at the tail end of that second map, a coin flip. It's much more of a handshake in terms of the veto process. It's the only real even map in the pool for these two, and it feels natural in a sense that we should be going there. And now it makes it a best of 1 brawl as well to see who books their spot in towards the EU finals towards the tail end of the year. Like we mentioned, what these two sides are playing for is the chance to go to Pro League, which for both of them who are climbing the VRS, that would be absolutely huge. But looks like in just a second we'll be heading towards this knife round to see who will be starting where on Ancient. And generally speaking, teams prefer that CT side start.
Yeah, it can be important here as well. It will be TDK to take it pretty decisively. I'm not quite sure. I don't want to comment too quickly, but that feels like they might have
elected T-side, right?
T-side already, yeah, with a bit of a reset there. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay.
Do you know what?
Interesting.
Fair
Finding
enough.
more success on their T side, honestly. I can get behind that.
They got 10 rounds on T side on Inferno, right? I mean, already that's something. They also, if you look towards that first map, they got 5 rounds on the T side compared to the 2 on the CT side in that dominant alliance display. So, yeah, you know what? I can't really kind of fault them too much for that. I think this is the right call. They're playing into their current strengths, which is T side calling.
All right. Let's see if it works out for them. Boost over towards B here as they will try and focus. Both sides actually focusing on this B-bomb site right now. Little info gather, it felt like there from Nafany. But nothing coming up for him. Take some info in towards middle as well. But I think it is going to be a B finish. They're just very, very ready for this on the Alliance side of things. Could go sideways pretty easily. Nafany just continues being annoying, and they're going to rotate off because he's made his way in towards Donut. Maybe an oversight that he's able to get away with, and now all of a sudden it's Arvid by himself. He'll get a smoke down, a really good smoke as well, actually. Just about survives the first contact, and that therefore means rotations will come back around. Very strange round thus far.
Yes, absolutely. Arvid, I mean, he should be dead to rights regardless. Nafany will be the one to get it, but even if he continued to kind of creep his way through, he would have been dead. Wow, I mean, Alliance is just fighting here, and they are just losing every single one of them. I mean, they've kind of barely even scratched the surface of damage on towards TDK, and Upe double dink just to seal the deal. Xanto with a double, 2 for Nafany as well. Sugar seals it with his 1. It's a flawless pistol.
And just really sort of silly in a way that Nafany is able to explore the map completely unhindered. Just sprinkling in that confusion, unfortunately. And like I say, he managed to creep and get into Donut, cause some panic. So Alliance was an issue on Inferno that they were pretty constantly getting caught off. Seems to have started here on Ancient as well. Trying to play aggressive with the pistols here. They're so ready for it, however. Not looking good. Twist and Upe, the only 2 remaining. Mac 10 wants to make some money. Will be denied the second. But there you are. At least it's a Mac 10 to get the kill in the end.
It's money to be made there, though, isn't it? And that's a nice thing to have for the kill bonus, especially with the SMG. So now for the Lights of Lions. You've gone for kind of a 4 spy there. Another one failed on that CT side. This one's a throwaway. So a pretty simple 3-0 start to be had here. And it continues to shore up this thing we brought up off the back of the knife round of them picking in towards T side. You can see why. They do just look a lot more confident in terms of their calling, their approach. Get on towards elbow. Sugar takes a real significant tag.
Still a couple of deagles in play here. See what they can find. It's the USP of Mail, but he dedicated a lot to make that happen. Upe in towards mid is now the only one left, and he will be deleted. TDK moving up to 3 pretty swiftly. Ultimately, no difficulty for them, and now a rifle round to contend with. So kind of just picking up where they left off over on Inferno. Rinse and repeat here on the T side.
Well, for Alliance, it's you know, so early in the map, sure, but incredibly important round. We've seen the streak in that previous map of that 10-2 half that was all but off the back of their T side, and this inability to get things started on the CT side. Their gun rounds were so ineffective, and this first proper gun round for them really has to get them going. You've got 3 out of 5 players who are yet to get a kill. The other 2 with just the 1. I mean, they've really not done anything to make TDK's life uncomfortable just yet.
That is true. Nail. Smoke down. He will opt to go through it, but he's able to split them up nicely. Upe and A main holds clean as well. So you are, TDK, some overconfidence, it's safe to say, coming in this round. not grabbing a freeze, opting to go for it, and they pay the price. Alliance not fully in the bag. B has no real presence, so nothing is going to creep out. Gets a pretty big kill, 4-3, no damage taken. The only problem is the bomb is kind of in the worst transitional spot ever, so what does he plan to do?
Yeah, it's a tough one. He's hoping for a rotation. Ooh, Zorta, if you're patient, you get one here. There it is. Nice find. Fully expect the second around the corner. Oh my god, no way, Twist. That is a terrible shot to lose. 20 seconds, they're going to plant this. Oh, man. How? If Alliance lose this round, this is going to be a generational fumble. Upe will get up in towards Shelf. It's a 1 versus 2, and Zorta's holding the angle.
Yeah, this is wild. Zorta ready.
No
Wins the
way.
fight. Absolutely insane. They get away with that. Absolutely insane. Zorte with a hell of a round, but again, Nafany with the confidence to make some calls and just try and pull off a cheeky move. But after all this, they had them locked out of A. Why is there no one on that B bomb site just keeping an eye? Crazy. All right.
2 versus
4 in a row for TDK.
Yeah.
I mean, just a massive, massive find, and now they'll be on the half by here. It's a complete mess.
Yeah.
And I think the mental's going to be in the bin.
I think you're right. I stayed at the very least. Sugar and Nafany will get kills apiece. Need to be careful here. Nafany's just in the open. These Eagles can still be dicey to deal with at Axel and Xanta. Nice shots from them. 5-0. Alliance. This is looking very, very akin to what we saw in map number 2. They need to cut this off at the source now. Before we get there, will be attack pools, which is unfortunate because the momentum is flowing so well for TDK. But, man, this is such a good showing from a side who were fast asleep on their map pick in map number 1.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. I mean, I think that Alliance really suffering from some of this tier 2 fatigue. You come up against your first truly scary team, and they're just not looking very confident. You know, I think that's sort of the main thing for me, is a lot of decisions that are like overthinking it, playing on top of each other a bit too heavily, whereas TDK have that confidence to send an individual in, go for a lurking play. Might be somewhat questionable, might be punishable in places, but when it comes off, you see what happens, right? That really big 4th round, of course. Looking set for a few more here. Alliance got to nip it in the bud. Oh, smoke gonna hit Nafany. That's unlucky. His position serendipitously revealed, but Xanta with the double entry, like he does it every day. Absolutely wonderful stuff to break open on A. They might have other ideas now. Again, a bit all over the place. Sugar in at CT is able to get a catch. I mean, it is another what the hell's going on type of round, but TDK looking good and maneuvering through the chaos.
I mean, yeah, Aaron just had no clue that basically that was a possibility. Bomb will go down. Planted for spawn, but this one's all but done. Sugar as well. Timing works in his favor as he's just tucked. If he appears his head around the corner, he probably has Squish dead to right, depending on the reactions. But Twit's playing for exits. And Sugar himself is holding to see whether anyone wants to wrap. He might get caught by Arvid here, though. Especially now when this Yuta gets thrown, it'll actually at least be a bit of a warning sign. Twist reacts well. Shadow spotted. Flash is fantastic, though. That's not bad. And they will get all the kills at the end. So silver lining to be taken by Alliance. 4 for Twist. His first 4 of the map. But it's still a 6-0 on this T side. And it's still TDK who are flying.
Yeah, seemingly not able to put a foot wrong even if they wanted to. little silver lining to take some guns away and just have an individual moment, get into the game as an individual player, but as a team, still just not happening here. Really, really starting to worry. As TDK continue to tear. Lovely little move. Era going to get in quickly here, and he nearly finds a second. So there you go. That's a nice answer and a nice original idea to net a first kill. Nafany caught being cheeky as per. This time actually punished for it rather than being the one dishing out the damage. So it's a 5-on-3 very quickly into this round.
Yeah, really tries to make something out of that for Nafany. It's sort of in this... It's kind of a slightly make or breaky in that way. The flash. Oh my god, that's excellent. If Sandra got the second, that would have been a miraculous move. But the flash didn't catch Arvid as he had tucked himself into his cave. 2 versus 4. Now, generally speaking, every day of the week, this is a 1 round by Alliance, but they've already lost the 2 versus 4 in this map. So I'm not going to discount TDK just yet.
No, this is true, but they don't have that same eye of the needle play. I do have Axile still in the conversation, though. A great player at one time to absolutely bet on in these situations. Spots a little bit of mail. Molotov in. There's only now 25 seconds, I think. Unless the AWP finds something in his crosshair immediately, they will back off and just save what they have. So finally around for Alliance. It's taken an awful lot to get here. This one does come clean, so perhaps a resurgence as we enter the latter stage of this first half.
Yeah. And it kind of needs to be. We spoke about it a lot in terms of that second map where we said, especially with the benefit of hindsight, we were saying for Alliance, like if you had actually had like some sort of foundation, some sort of stability off the back of your first half, your CT side, you probably actually would have won that map. And in total the series, just because of how good they were looking towards that tail end. But it's the fact that they gave themselves a near impossible scenario to recover from. They got a round of the board earlier. Last time it was 7-1 where we kind of finally seen success for the Alliance roster. But they need to have something. I mean, again, it's like bare minimum 4 rounds on the CT side. And if being frank, the way Ancients played out as well, you're probably actually wanting 5 if you can. And that's a good start. On the boost up, Zor to be caught by error.
Nafany. Let's pick up the pieces. Not quite quick enough. It's a hard shot to hit even for the best of them. Sugar, meanwhile, moving into red room here. Just going to be spotted way too early. Not much can be done about that. Nafany does trade him. Ooh, and Xanta with the warbang evens up the numbers. So TDK not letting up, not saying, oh, we've lost a player here, we've lost a player here, we need to find a freeze. No, they've actually tried actively to get the trades, and they have been rewarded. Definitely not clear cut, but they've evened up the numbers at the very least.
It all goes eerily quiet, though. Now they call for the freeze. And I guess maybe they're hoping that Alliance re-aggress themselves. Still. Nothing really on offer for the time being. They group up, 2 towards cave. I'm assuming Axel will make that move through ramp. And if they go over the next sort of 10 seconds, they're probably going to catch a bit of a gap here on the likes of Twist. Smoke down, of course, to make the life all the more easier. Smoke down short. So now he's going to drag over rotations, but in all fairness, this is difficult. They've just got to clear him on this long corner. It's a nice shot from Axel. Bomb will go down. Just enough time to spare as well. Spam won't get him off that. Health doesn't favor TDK here, but the numbers do, and so does the situation. It's Ero who started this round, is looking to close it. And he needs to isolate a fight. He's going to round this corner, inching his way past. Xantu plays up close, and he's going to find the first on this attempt at a retake as Upe goes down. It's all on Error now. He might get a consolation here. He's unscoping at the worst possible time, though. He should be dead. He gets another no-scope. We highlighted this no-scope. That does start! Oh, my God, Error. Yeah, it's all for naught. It's all non-impact kills, but my God, are they fun to watch.
Loves a no-scope. I mean, some players, Simple was another one, actually. Some players just have a knack for, like, imagining the crosshair. Or maybe he's got a little bit of blue tack in the middle of the screen or something like that. But either way, as you say, they're not really worth anything. That's kind of the key thing here. And disaster for Alliance in the grand scheme. Not what you wanted. The game will get away from them now and needed to close that gap. It's just exactly the same as Inferno. Pick up a round, immediately reset. And now with a chance to break the bank as well. This could be disastrous. Once again now.
Yeah, it's spot on. I mean, this is just a complete mirror of what we saw. Exactly the same. This dominant T-side. And, you know, it comes back to that conversation that we had just after the knife round, saying, oh, yeah, they might go T-side. T-side's been pretty good. Now it makes complete sense. With the benefit of hindsight, fantastic decision. If Santa rounds that corner in towards Cheetah, he's probably dead to rights. Better posted. Got himself a kill in that previous round from this position, from this hold. Ovid, one. Zorta and Nafany combine well for a kill apiece, and they can scale in towards the site. I mean, it's only actually Nafany here. And it looks like the bomb might actually be going towards A.
Yeah. I don't know, again, what's happening. They're playing very loose and very fast here, TDK. I mean, it's working. But they really are just making crazy calls. It's a fantastic way to approach the Ancient, you might argue. Axe Out comes in from the side, blocks one. Doesn't quite get the other, but actually the Flames do it, so that surely has to be it. Bomb going to go down on A. The timings are a bit weird. Zorte knows that, immediately backs off, not looking for a fight, not looking to be the hero. The job is done. The round is secure. I mean, Error, he has so many places to check and be weary of. He's on this AWP as well. He knows it's not going to happen, so moves away to save. It's yet another round for TDK. Slightly against the odds. Not massively, but they keep pulling them out of their backside.
Yeah. When we said, right, you know, it's 4 rounds on this CT side as a sort of a buffer it's doable. It's workable, right? This is kind of what we were talking about. But this now needs a flawless finish from Alliance at the tail end of this half. And it's surely too tall an order for them. They've offered up so little up until this point. Realistically, how do you make this recovery happen? Unfortunately, tech pause before we can actually see what the answer looks like. But yeah, man alive. I mean, an incredibly good showing again from TDK in this first half. Does beg the question as well. Like, if TDK shored up their CT sides a little bit, this is a side that are sort of essentially right at the top end of tier 2.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, you know, could really put themselves in a position. It's sort of a bit of a shame we've lost the RMRs because they were a very good barometer to be like, this is an RMR level team.
Yeah.
But they certainly could compete for that first stage at the major.
Oh, for sure.
Just a question for this major if they're going to get the VRS in time, right?
Yeah,
that's
true.
also another thing that can be pretty harsh when you're starting from what feels like ground zero. Maybe if they keep grinding it out. Look, it's only been about a month and they're up there to what, 77, I think?
I think so, yeah.
So there is a world in which, well, that's HLTV. What's the VRS saying? This is another thing, right, in the tier 2. 64 VRS, actually.
That's right.
So, you know, if they get themselves to a LAN, got these PCC LANs, of course, could really be a solid couple of months for them in terms of the VRS, and they might be able to get there if they win a couple of those LANs for the double points.
I did speak to Nafany when I was kind of talking about that interview that I did, and he was saying I think if I'm right in saying, have a couple of domestic LANs in Russia coming up. So that would be really good for them. That would be a real kind of big boost in terms of the VRS points. As you mentioned, double points for the VRS, and that's where I think you can really start to entertain that conversation. I think realistically, it feels kind of unlikely that they'd make Cologne at this rate.
Yeah.
But tail end of the year, they keep this consistency up throughout the year. Who knows? Same thing, like kind of conversation for Alliance and for maybe even Ill Will, right? Same thing for them, where it's like tail end of the year is probably the goal for them.
And it looks, if they're able to take Alliance down in relatively clean fashion, that is going to be very doable for them as well. So, yeah, we're going to have to see if Alliance can come back into things. We have a few minutes to break down and break up this map so far. So maybe that'll help them get the reset. But, I don't know, man. 8-1 already on the T side of Ancient. I know it has been a map that has swung back towards that T side, you might argue, but this is still starting to feel very, very one-sided.
Yeah, agreed. There we go. Back underway. Now towards Alliance. Full buy with... take a little step back with the MP9 for him. To the flip side for Nafany, so buys feel ultimately quite even. It starts well for Sugar. He'll find Mail. Mail struggled with his impact, it has to be said.
Oh, nice. They're in a good spot here, but just blinded up at the perfect time. There is still CT presence, buying time for those rotations. A desperate move forward from Upe does not find success. And they're a little close. One or two more well-placed bullets could have been harder to break in towards A. Not the way it is here. TDK, of course, after an extended timeout, will pick up that pace. Bit of a classic. Go for the rush play. They execute it brilliantly with yet another decisive round. Now moving up to 9.
What a way to come back off the tech pause as well. You immediately just throw a quick round at them. Harvard, I mean, ultimately who really cares? He says it's MP9. Yes, they don't have money, really, but I mean, how much difference is MP9 going to make for a side who are 9-1 down? Brilliant. This TDK side continue to just not pull any punches at all. Double digits feels like all but a guarantee now as well. Yes, there's lost bonus to work with for Alliance, but this side is just so hopefully uncompetitive, it seems, in terms of the aim duels. And TDK's T side, and now we can kind of translate it across both of these maps. When they start on the T side, there is actually no competition at all.
Yeah, it's really just not looking good. I don't know what has happened to Alliance the past couple of maps. It looked absolutely fantastic. Some great team play on Anubis. And as we said, maybe just leaning into that too much. They seem very, very unsure of themselves. Hearing the boost go up maybe, or knowing that it could be a common thing. Maybe Nafany on high had spotted it early. All the same, they're able to delete that boost and gain the man advantage here with another fantastic position to work from.
Nafany's Mac 10 is loving holding W here. Nice swing from Mail. He's got to know there's a risk of him being caught by Nafany, so he makes a move back in towards Donut, but Nafany will hold for rotations through CT, especially because he's mollied. Ooh, Mail. Oh, it's a timing play. If he had wrapped back in towards mid, there was something. Potential offer there. Is he going to get caught crossing back towards Donut? Yes, is the answer. There's Sugar. He delivers Nafany off 4, but Xanta's quick to reclaim that space as Arvid goes down. And Error's nowhere near this. That's a 10-1 scoreline for TDK. And all he can do is save an AWP in a 1v3. Again, you beg the question of, like, at this point, why not just take the gamble?
Yeah, I mean, it is a little strange. I think they're just quietly, subconsciously conceding, letting it happen to them rather than putting up that fight. He will get to save his AWP at least. Gonna have to go crazy with it in this following round as 11-1 on the cards, 10-2 a scoreline that they're very familiar with by this point, having netted one themselves on Anubis and on the receiving end of one on Inferno. Potentially here again on Ancient, but any round now worth its weight in gold. A lot of work required for Alliance. Gonna have to be a hell of a T side.
All right. Up close. 7. Looked for 2, but Mail a trade. We've had 3... Well, we've had 2 10-2s, may I say, and this one has the chance of being the 3rd. Wild to have the potential of 3 separate maps in a series all being 10-2. The bomb actually gets round the corner with the help of Zorte and the AWP. Oh, my. Numbers taken in favor of the T side, but they're not... Oh, I'm going to say they're not considering the flank, but they were. Mail picks up Utor. That bait out his position. But Hera and Mail combined. All on Nafany. Captain Fantastic. He bailed them out at the end of that map number 2, but this time he gets caught by Hera. So we do get 3 10-2s for each half, which is, I mean, a wild thing to get, to be perfectly honest. But it's still a dominant TDK performance. What a showing from them. They are so close now to closing out this grand final and booking a spot into the Season 51 finals towards that tail end of the year. We'll see if they can continue it just after the break.
Here we are in the final half of this 3rd map and series, of course. Really, really looking forward to what Alliance might have in their back pocket to keep things alive here. There is a big question mark on this team at the moment. There was on the previous map, but what has happened to them? A great first map, fantastic team play, able to dig out some really clever rounds. It's completely fallen apart into map 2 and 3. is it really just coming down to the fact that their T side is what it's all about? Their CT side super weak? I suppose we will find out, but there's just hardly any room to work with.
Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Got Mail creeping his way in. Probably a little bit surprised. He's really got not a lot on offer here. He can just talk and just wait. I mean, the question is, though, when it feels like they're committed to going towards A, does he actually want to become a little bit more of a ruse? I think the shadow might have been spotted there too. So down goes the smoke. I think initially he's probably trying to lurk to potentially even be a little bit of a distraction, maybe, to pull numbers away. But actually, with that smoke down, they might want to double back. And yeah, I think they are. Nafany spotted them.
Yeah, lovely little transition coming in from Alliance, in all fairness. Males here ahead of the pack as well, just to try and catch one or two, gets decent control of the site in theory. Some crisp shots certainly on the cards. It is messy here. Nice little flash, just makes life awkward for Male trying to get aggressive. They do actually have a kit available as well here on the TDK side, so no need to rush. They try swinging in. It does not go well. The Julies will finish it off, and that might just be the final nail in this coffin here for the first cup of Season 51. It's not looking too likely now for Alliance as they lose the pistol.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it's feeling like the beginning of the end. I mean, now for Alliance, you've put yourself in such a difficult spot. And we were kind of saying, you know, at that tail end of map 2, we're in a spot where it was like the T side was good. So if we had any sort of foundations, maybe they can make something work here. But again, it's a similar fashion. No foundation to fall back on. And to make matters worse, you don't even get a pistol. Now you're force bought in here. One of those things where so many things have got to go right, but your chances are unbelievably slim now. Double Glil is the main focal point in terms of firepower here. They're contacting him, they're boosting as well, and being spotted, but Twist will come out on top. That's the bomb. Oh,
Male, big frag. Might give them a way in with a kill like that. Still got Nafany in a good spot, but he's being watched for. A wild move, only going to pull something like that at 11-2, I'm sure. That should be the round, should be the save coming out from the remaining two, but again, given the scoreline, they are going to stick around. Maybe try and go for something late. I think Nafany spilled a kit just behind the site, so I like what I'm seeing. They're being cheeky. In the same vein, Alliance pretty ready for it, actually. Body's still on this bomb site. Trying to grab an exit or two. Just not going to happen, is it? So, third round, Alliance pull off the force buy. Fair play to them. It's just such a long road ahead now.
yeah. That's it. A long, long road to recovery. It's one of those where, again, for Alliance, it's actually the similar thing they need to approach in a similar way to how they did map number 2, which is sort of what we were talking about, saying you basically can't look at this recovery in a kind of a macro sense. You can't look at it as a bigger picture. You've actually got to take it one round at a time. Really hone in on each individual round in a more micro sense so you don't overwhelm yourself with kind of the task at hand. And it looked like it was working for them in towards Inferno. Again, we know that recovery is massive, and as much as they might try and ignore it, deep in the subconscious, it will be present for this Alliance side. Mid control taken, Donuts smoked. And of course, no surprise to see that TDK have gone for a force buy of their own. They're in double eco, and you match the force buy with the force buy.
Do have a nice idea, though, with the advanced cave position. I can definitely get behind that. Smoke comes in. Done a lot of damage to these B players, but still feels like they're in decent spots to have that hero moment. And Alliance maybe giving the game away. A lot of noise made on B, still sticking to B. Surely TDK have to be ready for this. More slowdown as another smoke comes in.
All right. Holden try and cash one out towards long. In comes the Yuto. You got one copy, you got one. Just behind. The flash will pop round. They should really know where he is, and I think Xanta realizes that he's in a bit of a sticky spot where he couldn't really fall away, so he tries to dive through and get something fortunate, which doesn't happen. Axel tagged, but it's still Sugar who comes out on top. 3 versus 3. And Bomb's still not down just yet. It's got a bit of time. Oh my god, and that spam is close. But as he's spamming, Era swings and finds.
Not quite over just yet, though. As they do try and give it a look. The M4 can't quite find success. Still got Axile on the 5-7 looking for an exit or two, but not going to happen. Another decently close round from TDK. It's just Alliance showing again that their T-side more proficient, more comfortable. Delaying the inevitable at the moment. As I've said a couple times in this series, because it has been the case, if you can keep them off of the all-important 12, there will come a time where they start getting a bit scared of how close it's coming. So just keep grinding those rounds out. Should have a chance at another one here, as there's no money available for the CTs.
All right. Like we were saying, still a long road to go, but somewhat right steps being taken. Finding that 4th basically means that the 5th should be a guarantee. It's still a somewhat dangerous spy, especially with swings that for Nathany. Fair play. Down goes Mail. 5-7. Oh my god, could have had one there. Axel, it's actually a nice move. And a laboured spray by Arvid very nearly cost him or his teammate his life.
Oh, a little dangerous here. Gonna run out of ammo in the AK, but it's the P250 that gets the job done. Just Zorte remaining. Against 4. Can he take a gun away, I suppose, is what he'll be after here. Try and have an AK into the next round, but surely just going to be dealt with as soon as he shows himself. The one advantage he has is that element of surprise. They truly have no idea where he is. It looks like he's playing it slow, maybe trying to hold for some exits in the late round, so not even fully flanking here, for goodness sake.
Zorta. I mean, you can kind of got 2 ways about this. You can either just kind of save the armor, but I would like to see him try and pick up a gun, especially an AK, at the end. Just thinking now for the CT economy, I don't think they're really going to have enough for an orb. I mean, maybe. 2.9? So actually, potentially could. Yuto be slim. But realistically, let's see. There's one. Looking for 2. Instant trade. Slightly expensive, but we're at the point now where for TDK, when closing this out, they're going to be against full buys basically the entire way. So it's more down to they've got to close it out in a hard fashion. That being said, kind of against the full buys. Alliance are looking a little scary on this T side. All TDK needs to do is just stumble over the line.
Yeah, a phrase we've used a couple times in this series already, I think it's safe to say. And it generally does just feel to be the case. TDK, I think it is indeed the way that they're going to get it done. Might not be in this one, might be in the next one. But like I say, got to be hitting 12. I think if they fall flat in this round, you start to worry pretty heavily. Those Molotovs, of course, on the CT side, just absolutely useless. Axile has picked up 2. How has he come away with that? I felt like he was so blind out in the open, but he's managed to mow them down. Quick thinking on the boost here. Might get them back in, but maybe just too far gone. Axile for his 3rd. It's all down to Xanta all of a sudden. Where has this fallen apart from? I mean, they're incredibly low over here now, but the UMP into this, I don't know. I don't know how I feel. This is, again, such an unpredictable round.
And an unpredictable gun. Give me an MP7 and I think I might back him. But the UMP, it's incredibly hit or miss. But he just does have the HP advantage, just whether he gets cleared. Yeah, unlucky. Unlucky. He was hoping they would go in front of him and he would get given, I guess, a somewhat easier position. Basically, he was waiting for the plant there more than anything. It's a nice move by Twist. It's close. It's very close. But Alliance are continuing to chip away. Bit by bit. Only broken again, right? So Alliance should be getting a 7th here.
Yeah, this is getting close. Getting close. A couple big rounds from Alliance, and they might be able to wrestle this back to a doable game. First kill coming in for the T side. Nice and easy as Arvid catches Axile. Just 4 remaining for the CTs, and they're opting to make a cheeky move here. Lovely little molly there to clear off the boost. Love to see it. However, there is still a player down below that they've got to clear, so not over just yet. And it's now a fully fledged stack on A. Could go sideways. Napany not fast enough. Xanta's Deagle is in the equation once again. Damage here. The 5-7 sneaking in behind. Instantly dealt with, and it's all going to be onto Xanta with this Deag. Not out of the question. Really not out of the question. They're so very low. Has to take one, though, before this bomb goes down, you feel. It's just not happening for him. They've chipped him away. That makes him far less confident. I don't think he has the same info that we do on these low HP bars. Hale will take him. And for a minute there, I was believing, but not going to happen.
4-round game. This is a very wild position that we're in at the moment. The Alliance are actually making this now at least a worthwhile conversation. Basically, there's 2 gun rounds between this game being tied up at 11 apiece. For TDK, one of your real 2 chances to shut down this snowball that's happening here by the T side. This nade should be pretty healthy, but actually Arvid gets out in front of it. The second one, not so much. Neither the third. He'll start the round at 41 points of HP.
Yeah, not looking good, at least for him individually. Oh, and he will just go down for free. Maybe not the best map from him. And this round could be the straw that broke the camel's back. Triple boost. Triple boost? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They are going to get up. Bit of a struggle sometimes, and the longer you're up here, the harder it becomes to maintain position. Oh, that's what you're waiting for, though. Xanta walks into the crosshair, trying to back away. They will be rewarded for the patience. And all of a sudden, panic sets in. TDK moving 4 players here. Kalat is so damn close. Just skimming them with the bullet. It's a dangerous, dangerous take if they are to go for it. Down goes another. The bomb, meanwhile, bailing towards A. I don't know how I feel about this. Alliance losing momentum. They need a hero.
Full double back. Body just goes straight into a trap there. Sugar, ready. Bomb will have that luxury of going down, but this is not easy. A 2 versus 4. Now, Alliance lost one of these in that first half, and they now need to win one. They need to get it back in blood. Looks like a swing might come here through from Upe. He's got the right here, but his shadow also betrays him. And that's TDK finding, we said they really had to get this round to deny this snowball, and they do. Map series grand final point now in favor of TDK.
Yeah, felt like there was eventually going to be that round that fell flat, and despite some lovely ideas with the triple boost, just unable to keep things going. The big thing, didn't mention in the round, you look at this, triple boost comes in. That means there's 3 players towards B. So they had a lot of info on the CT side to work with and capitalized on that beautifully. Really well called by maybe someone like Xanta, who gets taken down by that shot. And that worked very, very nicely for TDK. So here we are, 5 rounds in a row going to be required from Alliance. And that is the number that's just been eluding them all series long. They'll get 3 or 4, but not able to hit the same consistency all throughout. First kill comes in. Arvid to fall again as that first player.
Doesn't help, does it? Having to do this from a numbers disadvantage. Boost up to try and look into towards Red Room. I would say in general, like, this is a nice angle to hold and be patient with. The only issue is that TDK have not really played Red Room presence in the early round consistently. They've been rotating through it. They give it up a lot, which is kind of what we've seen with this mid control. Start playing it towards Donut. It was a double tack towards B, but actually Sugar's rotated over to shore up this Red Room control. And you can see that Twist is tempted by the sneak by. He's got 2 bodies to find it. And his shadow will give away his position as that smoke fades.
Oh, missed up shot. Nervy here. Oh, Exile with an unlikely find. Blessed, it would seem, to close this game out. 20 seconds in which to do it. Flashes are good. They will get the bomb down, but the numbers not looking so healthy. Era with a nice shot. The trade is there. Now just down to Mail and Era to get this done. The HP bars are incredibly, incredibly low. So maybe a well-placed spray down could save the game here. They're just waiting patiently for the smokes to go down, try and move in, utilize this manpower to the best of their ability. And unfortunately, yes, they were not considering ramp. Not going to happen here today for Alliance after breaking out of those gates so very well on Anubis. We thought the hard work had been done. We thought that the TDK, who have maybe been sat back on their laurels, just farming all of these tier 3 teams that they've been playing, maybe they'd met their match, but unfortunately not. It would be Alliance, the hot team of tier 2 at the moment, who meet their match in the boys who've had to dip down a little bit in order to restore their former glory.
Yeah, and real credit to them in a sense, right? I think, you know, we kind of put ourselves into a spot where, for the TDK side, they had such a big task ahead of them after that first map. It's an excellent reverse sweep, an excellent recovery, and really good to see that the side can really slog through a lot of these tough games. I predicted them coming in towards this series. What I've seen from them recently has been excellent, and I'll say it again, right? I predict them coming in because I think they've got a bit of a higher skill ceiling, which is natural considering the careers a lot of these guys in TDK have had. But also as well, I said it off the back of map number 1, that wasn't a true showing of what TDK actually can bring in terms of level of Counter-Strike. What we saw from then on out was 13-8 on towards Inferno and a 13-7 there on Ancient. That is fantastic. That's a lot more like TDK, and this is why for me this side are doing and making all the right steps to be considered a real gatekeeper team in tier 2. We spoke about it, the push for Cologne, just because of the time span they've got to work with, feels quite unlikely. They do have a couple of lands, and this tournament win here will really help their VRS, but ultimately that's quite a far-fetched idea. But Singapore at the end of the year, the way they started playing, I think they could have a valid shot at making it towards stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, they really are a solid-looking team. There's space as well within their region to change 1 or 2 players, right? There's a lot of talent coming out of the CIS region as always. So, yeah, really could be a force to be reckoned with. And hopefully a resurgence for a couple of these guys who've been trying to find their feet, and they'll have projects that go well for 6 months, but then it sort of crumbles. They're constantly trying to break through the ceilings, and maybe just going back down, looking around, and instead of trying to maximize VRS and things and maximize star power and talent, etc., hopefully playing with a few guys that you're good friends with, you know, and you get on well with. Of course, this, as the cup comes to a finish, is that total bracket, and it's TDK with some hard-fought battles, to be fair. They were 2-1 against Miles NXT, 2-1 here against Alliance as well. So certainly some hiccups, certainly some of the stronger squads within Tier 2 can give them a run for their money. But some wacky calls, some very, very difficult rounds to deal with, I think can make them a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. Fair play for this side. And, you know, on the flip side as well, fair play for Alliance. They had to kind of have a bit of a grind. They lost, you know, prior to the quarters, right, to the Sparta side, and had to go through that lower bracket, which is an absolute slog. So getting to where they are here, being in this position to play in this grand final through that lower bracket, Real credit to the run that they made. We've got a tournament MVP as well to bring you off the back of that one. And, you know, plenty of people that could get it. We're going to give it to Zorta here as well. Average rating 1.23. I mean, individually, a fantastic player. And again, another one of those guys who I think had a bit of his time at that top level and had a bit of an instance where he was playing on some really decent teams, even prior to the likes of kind of the Bet Booms, you know, the Forces of the world, where he really made a bit of a name for himself. And I think he's now trying to earn his stripes once again and prove that he still can hack it at a top level, at least a top level of tier 2, and he's still got enough left in the tank.
Yeah, and just very impactful to be able to trust him. Loves getting aggressive, loves taking space, but also seems to be an AWPer who kind of listens. So a lot of it is about finding a balance at the moment. Maybe if we're to really get nitpicky with him, one of the things is his rifle work. Perhaps it leaves a little bit to be desired, of course, which again is becoming a real staple of the T side, is to just not really have AWPs almost at all sometimes. But overall in this tournament, he looked fantastic, and I think in this final in particular, looking very, very good. A lot to write home about for Zorta and for TDK, who have continued to impress, continue that win streak. Alliance will have theirs broken, but TDK with the victory here and an opportunity, right, at future cups. This is one of the big things we talk about. Get this first cup win. There is a sort of stacking reward in that if you win 2, 3, or even 4. If you win all 4 cups, you just instantly qualify, of course.
It's true.
But, you know, if you can get a second, let's say they win Cup 3, that therefore means that they move through and skip to a later stage of the regional qualifiers in a few months' time. But that is going to do us here today, Neo. Very much looking forward to what the next cup has got in store here for Season 51. This game goes the way of TDK. They're the first victors in this brand new season for Europe. But the next cup coming in March, I have just been informed. So make sure that you keep an eye out for that one. Little bit of a break while we get things reset, but plenty of ECL action going to be on your screens here, folks. Make sure that you pay attention to all those socials, and we will, of course, catch you in the next one. Xanta here turns away from the flash, and he's able to get all 3. You see why it's such an important area to have control of. It looks like so into a 1 versus 3 all of a sudden. As the shot, these fights isolate the duels. They are somewhat letting him. Gonna get another. It's onto Axile here, and he's lost track. He's trying to draw them in towards aim. That would be good. Can he draw attention away from his teammate? They opt to play it the other way round instead. 1 HP. 1 HP. 10 seconds to get the bomb plant in, though, and I think somehow they've managed to do it. Just
Nubog smoking towards CT, flashes over, but Twist is going to be tested. Gets the first. He gets so unlucky not to get the second. Oh, off it.
A lot of bodies, though, for the CT side. Oh, and Xanta
on
the Deagle for 3. That is...
Arrow's also waiting, and Arrow win out the head-to-head. Lovely shot.
Could be a big deal. Molotov comes in, pushes them into an awkward spot, but
oh my god, no way, Twist!
Yeah, this is wild. Zorta ready. Wins the fight.
He's unscoping at the worst possible time, though. He should be dead. He gets another no-scope. We highlighted this no-scope. That does start! Oh.
They will get the bomb down, but the numbers not looking so healthy. Ira with a nice shot. The manpower to the best of their ability. And unfortunately, yes, they were not considering...